Okay, we're going to get underway in just about a minute here. I'm just going to take a quick minute to explain how the process works. We are in a council meeting, so we do expect decorum. We pay very close attention to what people say, and in order to do that, we would request that you also pay close attention to what other people have to say, whether you agree with them or not, because I expect that they will show you the same courtesy. Just for those of you who haven't been to a public planning meeting before, everyone who wishes to speak, and there's two applications tonight, everyone who wishes to speak will be given an opportunity to speak. We can be here until the cows come home if you wish. That is entirely your decision. You have a maximum of 5 minutes to speak. I would request that if, we've heard the same point 2, 3, 4 times, definitely come up, give us your name, give us your address, reiterate the point, but perhaps you can be a little more expeditious in your summary, just so we can get through the evening a little more quickly. We would appreciate your cooperation on that. And the most important thing for you to realize that tonight is that council will not be making any decision on either of the two applications tonight. We are here in chambers to listen to your input, so that when we actually come to decision-making process, we have as much information as possible to make an informed decision. So again, we will not be making a decision on either of the applications tonight. We have quorum, so Madam Clerk, I will start. The public planning meeting. It is 1 minute after 7 o'clock. We are in council chambers for a public planning meeting. Oh, thank you, Councillor Perry. If anybody requires hearing assist, we do have that technology. So if you do, just put your hand up and we'll see if we can't get you taken care of. Okay, so a gentleman in the back. Out in the hall? I'm not sure if we can. We'll try here. We have a fairly new system. We're still getting used to some of it. So we have our techie guy right now. So while he works through that, we'll just get the meeting started and we'll try and get that volume turned up, sir. First of all, Council, may I please have a motion to approve the agenda as has been circulated? Councillor Maracas, Councillor Thompson, comments or questions on the agenda? All in favor? Contrary, that is carried. Thank you very much. Councillors' declarations of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof? Seeing none, we'll move into the planning applications. Before that, I do have a prepared statement which is read. Welcome to Aurora's public planning meeting. The purpose of this public meeting is to inform the public and to obtain public input regarding the proposed official plan amendment and the zoning bylaw amendments. No decisions will be made on tonight's applications in either item 1 or item 2. For each application that will be considered by council tonight, the following process will occur. Town planning staff will outline the purpose of the planning application which is being considered. The applicant will then be given an opportunity to make a presentation and address issues raised in the staff report or public concerns which have already been filed. Following the presentations, members of the public will be invited to the podium to offer their comments or concerns respecting the proposal. After we've heard from members of the audience, we'll then go to members of council, again with an opportunity to question the proponent on the application. After that, we'll close the public portion of that meeting of the first and then the second item. I will ask members of council if they have any comments or questions. So sorry, I just said that. It should be noted that a comprehensive report will be prepared and presented to a future general committee meeting assessing the merits of the applications before us and providing council with a recommendation for consideration. It's very important that council receive the correct names and addresses of individuals having an interest in the planning applications. Therefore, if you plan to speak to council this evening, or if you wish to be notified of any further council or committee meetings occurring concerning the applications being considered, you must complete one of the green interested party forms that Linda's holding up, and please return it to Linda before you leave this evening. Under the Planning Act, the applicant or residents have a right to appeal any decision of council or a planning application to the Ontario Municipal Board, but you must verbally express any comments or concerns here tonight or submit any comments or concerns in writing to the town prior to the town adopting an amendment. The Ontario Municipal Board may dismiss all or part of an appeal made in respect of an application. This public meeting is being audio and video recorded. Your name, address, comments, and other personal information are being recorded according to the Municipal Act and the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. This will help our town clerk prepare accurate minutes and to create a record that is available to the general public, including the town's website. Questions about this collection should be directed to the town clerk, Town of Aurora. I will now ask the deputy clerk to confirm that notification to the public has occurred as required by the Planning Act. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Respecting item 1, applications for official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, Aurora United Church, 15186 Yonge Street, 55, 57, and 57A Temperance Street, 12 and 16 Tyler Street, file numbers OPA-2016-05 and ZBA-2016-13. On March 2nd, 2017, a notice of public planning meeting was published in the Auroran and Aurora Banner newspapers and given by mail to all addressed property owners within a minimum of 120 meters of the subject lands. A notice of public planning meeting sign was also posted on the subject lands. Respecting item 2, application for zoning bylaw amendment, Nunzio Grossi, 7, 15, and 19 Cousins Drive, lots 25, 26, and 27, registered plan 340, file number ZBA-2015-12. A notice of the second public planning meeting was given by mail to all interested parties. Public meeting notification has been provided in accordance with the Planning Act.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I will now ask the Director of Planning and Building Services to begin with the presentations. Mr. Ramuno.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll ask our Manager of Development Planning, Glenn Letman, to provide a brief overview of the application on the first item. And I see the applicants are here. Ms. Sarah Miller, the planner, and Mr. Robert Murphy will be providing presentation of their own, and they have their consultant team with them as well to answer any other questions. Glenn?
Thank you and good evening. This evening's planning committee, the public planning meeting is respect to an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications submitted by Aurora United Church at 15186 Yonge Street, 55, 57, and 57A Temperance Street, 12 and 16 Tyler Street. The file numbers are official plan OPA 2016-05 and zoning bylaw amendment 2016-13. The official plan amendment application involves an amendment to Schedule B3 to the official plan, which would allow an increase in building height from 5 stories to 9 stories, and would also allow a number of site-specific build-to policies to ensure approval in the development form as ultimately approved by council should that occur. The zoning bylaw amendment application would be to rezone the subject lands from its current zoning categories of institutional and central commercial C2 zones under bylaw 2213-78 to an institutional exception zone, which would allow the aforementioned increase in building height and any other site-specific performance standards which would accommodate the proposed place of worship and 159-unit retirement home. The proposal that has been submitted to the municipality for consideration is, as I mentioned, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications, which would basically allow for the development of lands as a 2-story, 1,400 square meter church, which would be at the southwest corner of Tyler and Yonge Street, and a 2 to 9-story tiered 159-unit retirement residence, which would be built in an L-shaped form, which would be surrounding the church. Southbound Developments Limited would operate the retirement home component. There would be 3 vehicular access points proposed to the property, one on Yonge, Tyler, and Temperance Streets, all leading to a total of 133 parking spaces. The subject lands are located at the northwest corner of Yonge and Tyler Street. The subject lands have an area of approximately 0.46 hectares, with approximately, I think there is, 53 meters frontage on Yonge Street, 84 meters on Tyler Street, and 60 meters frontage on Temperance Street. There's currently 5 properties which would be consolidated into one single property, and for the purposes of this application, we're dealing with one development property. This is a conceptual layout formatted to the size of the screen. I know the applicant's going to be submitting or showing more detailed plans of their site plan, but this is in the staff report and simply illustrates the built form, which shows there would be 3 access points, one to Yonge Street, As I mentioned, one to Temperance Street leading to the lower level of parking, and one on Tyler Street. The existing official plan, as I mentioned, identifies 5 properties which are all designated as downtown area within the Aurora Promenade Secondary Plan. The downtown area is the central and symbolic core of the municipality, and the promenade designation encourages a mix and wide range of uses and has policies with respect to built form and reinforcement of the heritage character and identity of the municipality. Building heights are identified within the promenade plan. In this particular area, they're identified as a maximum of 5 stories, and there are urban design and streetscape provisions within the official plan and other municipal policies that council has seen which guide development for future development on the lands. This is the current schedule to the official plan. The area shown in beige or brown is the area within the downtown the downtown designation of the promenade. The promenade designation is identified in a checkered pattern, so clearly the lands are within the promenade. The existing zoning has a split zoning on the property. I have a slide that simply shows that. Because of the 5 properties, the lands which were used for residential, and of course the institutional lands that were used for the church historically, which have all been zoned in accordance with the town zoning bylaw 2213-78. A place of worship and retirement home are uses that are currently permitted by the bylaw on both zonings. A maximum building height of 28 meters is currently permitted within the institutional zone provisions of the bylaw, and a maximum building height of 5 stories is permitted within the central C2 zone provisions. The zoning standards of the 2 zones, performance standards, height, setback, yards, coverage, parking, and so on, differ, and the owner has requested an amendment to those. It's not worth going into the existing provisions. It's really the proposal before the town which would identify the use. This identifies the zoning of the property, the institutional zone, which was the old where the church property was, and then the balance of the lands, which is zone C2, which is where the residential lands are. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment, as I mentioned, proposes to rezone the lands in its entirety to an institutional exception zone. And the provisions of the zoning bylaw, when it comes forward, would be tailored to the specific development and performance standards on site to ensure that the final lands are developed in a manner which are identified in the zoning bylaw. Consideration will be given due to the timing of this and due to the zone provisions coming forward in our new comprehensive zoning bylaw to ensure there's a harmonization and a consistency of zone standards. I will go through these slides quickly, as I know the applicant has more detailed slides, but these are the building elevations that have been submitted to the municipality. This is Tyler Street, so the south elevation looking north. This is the Temperance Street application. You can see the grade difference. This is the north elevation of the property, and this would be the remaining elevation. This identifies a little bit of the cross sections and the relationship to the properties on Temperance Street, and the bottom slide shows the elevation as it would appear from Yonge Street. The height of the building is a 9-story structure as has been identified. The church structure is a 2-story building, but the actual height of the spire would be, of course, higher than that. There's permissions that would be allowed for that type of a use. This simply identifies the cross sections as well. From a policy context, we will be reviewing the application in the context of a number of different policies that guide the municipality in considering applications, the provincial policy statements, the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan, the York Regional Official Plan, the Town of Aurora Official Plan, and of course the provisions of our current zoning bylaw. I wish to mention, Mr. Mayor, that we have received comments this week from York Region Official Plan. We do not need the official plan to receive final approval from the region. It's been delegated to the local municipalities as a local interest. We have received preliminary comments on the application, and we will be continuing to receive comments. Some of the considerations that we will be giving to the application as it comes forward is conformity to the Aurora Promenade downtown plan and policies, conformity to the historic downtown and heritage resource design policies, compatibility and impact to surrounding and existing and future land uses, and of course evaluation of a number of technical matters which we know will affect the development application, including servicing, traffic, parking, and grading. In conclusion, Mr. Mayor, staff will undertake a technical review of the subject application, addressing all comments that are outlined for a future general committee or council meeting. And as I say, a comprehensive report will be brought back for general committee consideration. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Glenn. And I will now ask Robert and Sarah. Is it going to be both of you or just Sarah? Okay. The floor is yours.
Can everybody hear me? Yep, in the back. Thank you, Mr. Ramuno and Mr. Letman for the introduction. My name is Sarah Miller. I am the planner on the file and representing the Aurora United Church and Southbound Developments Incorporated in this application. As mentioned earlier, I am joined by a large portion of our consultant team that has worked tirelessly, really, over the last year to bring this application forward to you tonight. We're very excited to share it with you, and very excited to see all of you here this evening. Hopefully, it will be a great conversation. The intent of my presentation is to not take up too much of your time. I would ask, Mr. Mayor, if it's possible for us to have about 15 minutes to run you through the design evolution of the project, and then open it up to questions. Thank you. I'll just make sure. First, I need to figure out how to operate the mouse. That's okay. I'll try that one. No. There we go. Oh. What way am I going here? Am I operating it, or are you operating it? Sorry about this.
Try again.
So it seems to be backwards. That's good. Okay. Thank you. So just quickly as an overview, I know Mr. Letman ran you through the location of the property. As he mentioned, it is at the northwest corner of Yonge and Tyler. And currently on the property, you'll have the vacant church site, home to the Aurora United Church, up until 2014 when the unfortunate fire happened and the church building burnt down. There is an existing at-grade parking area. There are 24 spaces currently there, and there are 5 residential homes. They're all currently vacant. Site statistics, I apologize for those in the back. Those numbers might be a little bit difficult to read, but obviously through the conversation of tonight, we're happy to answer any of the specific details on statistics. Basically, it's a 2-story, 1,467 meter square church development with associated community rooms. Along with that, there is the proposal for a 9-story, 159-unit retirement home with associated amenity. Along with that, we have 133 parking spaces, including 1 full level of underground for retirement use, with parking areas at grade and subgrade for the church's use. Also, as part of this proposal, there's improved pedestrian realm along Yonge Street and enhanced streetscaping along both Tyler Street and Temperance Street. The applications, as Mr. Letman went through before you tonight, are both an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment. In addition to that, we are also required to submit site plan control before we actually get to a building permit stage. We are going before the Heritage Committee That meeting is scheduled for April 10th. And we also will need to submit for a consent to sever, given the church is moving forward on a land lease partnership. Policy and regulatory review. Again, as through the staff presentation, there's some highlights on the extensive policy that was required to be reviewed in order to bring the application forward. From a provincial level, we have the provincial policy statement where the site is designated as a settlement area. From a regional perspective, we have the growth plan where the area is designated as a greenfield area, the Greenbelt plan. It's situated within the Greenbelt Battery, but outside the Oak Ridges Moraine area. The Region of York official plan. We are along the regional corridor of Yonge Street. And from a municipal perspective, we're within the Aurora Promenade in the town of Aurora's official plan. And in the Aurora Promenade secondary plan, we are in the downtown area. The zoning of the property, as mentioned, is split zoned currently between both the institutional zone and the central commercial C2 zone. Also, I know we are in the process of moving forward with a new comprehensive zoning bylaw for the town of Aurora. As part of that, this site was zoned Promenade Downtown, Subzone 1. So we have taken that into effect as well. The site context here, as mentioned, we are along Yonge Street and situated just south of Wellington. The highlights there are really to highlight for you the surrounding community amenity. The Aurora Public Library is close by, the town park just east of Yonge. The Aurora GO Station is really within walking distance, as well as the trail network that I know everyone in this room knows well and loves. The project objectives when we started this process, and Bob Murphy is going to walk you through those in greater detail, but really there were 8 key principles. One was we needed to create a new home for the Aurora United Church. We needed to reestablish it as a landmark location for the historic town center. We needed to meet the objectives of the town's official plan and Promenade secondary plan. And we wanted to bring needed seniors housing into the town of Aurora. As part of that, we also needed to improve the pedestrian environment surrounding the site, to create an engaging streetscape along Yonge Street, to add new community amenity, both external spaces and internal community amenity space into the downtown, and to provide transition from established residential areas to the promenade. Considerations in order to achieve all of those things included building massing and height. It included transition to surrounding uses. It included parking, access, and traffic management. It included design and streetscape, cultural landscapes and heritage, and community engagement. And at this point, I will turn it over to Bob Murphy to walk you through our design evolution. And I just wanted to say on behalf of the project team, for us, we see this as the start of our community engagement process. And we look forward to having that discussion tonight. Thank you.
This one? Yeah. Okay. Good evening. My name is Bob Murphy, Robert Murphy Architect. For the past 3 years, I've had the privilege of serving as the architect to the Aurora United Church. 140 years ago this month, the Methodist Church of Aurora had a very, very bad day, and their original wood frame church burned to the ground. Demonstrating considerable pluck and fortitude, they elected to build a new and much larger church. And this quote is taken from the Auroran. I'm sorry, I may have the name of the paper wrong, but the quote is, "The site is a very prominent one, and a large and beautiful church would not only add vastly to the appearance of the village, but be more in keeping with the wealth and respectability of the congregation." I've been working with the building committee very closely for the past 3 years. I can't comment on their wealth, but they are a highly respectable crew. A prominent church architect by the name of Henry Langley was commissioned to design this magnificent edifice in the then very popular neo-Gothic style. And the larger spire is 140, or was 146 feet tall. It was the tallest structure within miles, and was a soaring testimony to the faith and fortitude of this congregation. Now, when the Methodists and the Presbyterians, the Baptists merged into United Church, I guess the Aurora United Church was born in about the 1920s, I believe it was. But testing the fortitude of this congregation even further, 15 years after this building opened, a tornado blew the spires off, blew the steeples off. And a smaller version of the steeples was built. This picture's taken looking south on Yonge Street from Wellington. You can see the streetscape, the formal streetscape of Yonge Street with the spire of the church in the background. In 1910, it was a prominent landmark in the community. Even more so when you take in this wonderful vista looking west on Moseley. You can see the much smaller steeples are now there. But in this particular shot, the later day addition, which was built with new entranceways, has not yet been constructed. Eventually, the spires were removed completely, and there's that new entranceway I'm talking about. Sadly, in 2014, another terrible tribulation was visited upon the congregation, and even this building was destroyed. So I was brought in with a colleague from United Church, Michael Wright, who I think is here. Yes, is here. Michael is a professional land economist, and he and I are part of the United Church property team. I like to think of myself as Mr. Good Cop, he's Mr. Bad Cop. I'm the possibility guy, he's the practicality guy. And between ourselves and missional consultants from the United Church of Canada, we worked very, very closely with this congregation to work through the grief and shock of the tragic fire, and to dig deep and imagine and pray and dream about what this congregation would, could, and should become. This is just one of many, many, many spreadsheets and area forecasts that we developed trying to identify the many, many groups that work with United Church, that are part of the church, that use the church facilities. And we identified over 24 community groups in Aurora that used the Aurora United Church facilities. And when we started to add up the number of groups times the number of uses per week and per month and per year, I was staggered to learn that there are about 45 or 50,000 individual usage visits to this facility, almost equivalent to the population of the town of Aurora. So this really, really is an essential community hub in your town. Now, the fire destroyed almost everything. The masonry walls that survived the initial fire had to be taken down because they were too badly damaged to be used. But fortunately, the 5 stained glass windows that had been commissioned and dedicated by a local family to the church were salvaged and put into storage. These became the genesis of our design for the church. We talked about what the church should look like. Should we try and rebuild what we had before? And we started to talk about that. We said, you know what? That was a great design for 140 years ago. But what's the Aurora Church about now? What's it going to be like in another 140 years? And the building committee wanted to have something which was a window into itself and a window on Yonge Street. We wanted to be able to celebrate these fantastic salvaged artifacts with the community, and we wanted to have a storefront operation where people, passers-by, would feel invited and welcome to coming inside. The 5 stained glass windows will have a very prominent and celebrated position in a 2-story glass lobby, so that they will be permanently on display, they will be illuminated from the back at night, and that glass storefront is the exact opposite of that heavy masonry facade in the original building, with only a few small entrances and giant wooden doors. This is a facility meant for the street. So the retirement home occupies the north portion of the site. The church is on the south portion of the site, and while not copying the architecture of the original church, we did want to give respect to the notion of a twin towered building and a peaked roof. This is a close-up of the Yonge Street facade. You can see that we have almost a storefront operation, the glass lobby with the stained glass in behind. We've pushed the face of the building back a bit from Yonge Street to create a little bit of crush space so that when people are gathering before or after service, there's some room there, there's spots, benches for people to come and sit. We really want this to be a people place. I'd like to just quickly run around the perimeter of the site, if I could, and help you try and get your bearings and understand our approach to the massing on the site, because I know that's been a major concern. This view is from the southeast. Here we have the church with its spire turning the corner of Yonge and Tyler. And this is how we envision the streetscape looking north on Yonge. So we have the tower in a very prominent position, acting again as the landmark it once was. And in the distance, you can see the height of the retirement home, but in this view, it's almost entirely screened by the two-story wall of the church. It's set well back, and the retirement home staggers back or steps back as it goes back from Yonge and from Temperance Street. This view is taken from the southwest corner, so we have Tyler and Temperance. In order to respect the scale of the smaller houses on the west side of Temperance and to the south of Tyler, we've brought this corner down to be only 2 stories high. We've also angled the bulk of the building so that it steps back away from the Tyler Street street. In fact, this building is square to Yonge Street, and that's why we have that wedge shape. Here we are looking up Tyler towards Yonge Street, so this would be the back of the church. Here's that 2-story corner. So you can see the building, the mass of the retirement home is pushed well back and away from this important intersection. Looking directly north on Temperance, we have that wonderful blue cottage on the corner. And again, you'll see how we brought the scale down to not to overshadow it or to compete. We have an extensive glazing along this wall, and that was done for a particular reason. That was to reflect the trees and the small-scale cottages across the street. And in a way, we hope that that might give the sense that we were maintaining that small sort of rural town scale, even though we had a new use and a much larger building. From the northwest corner, this is our entranceway, our drop-off area for the retirement home at the north end of the site. You can see how the retirement home is stepping back as it moves west from Temperance Street. In fact, the 9th floor, which is this portion right here, occupies just under 20% of the overall area of the lot. So we are stepping back from Temperance, from Yonge. On the north side, the retirement home is pushed back 6 full meters from the north lot line. So we have really taken steps to try and keep the scale down or to bring the scale down to streetscape or street level as much as possible. From the northeast corner, you can see that setback. This is the Burger Bar here in the foreground. Looking down the street, there's the spire again, occupying that sort of landmark position as it did in that 1910 photograph, if you remember the one from Wellington looking south. The upper floors of the retirement home, in addition to being stepped back, we're suggesting right now that they be a glass material, a much lighter construction, so that it is less of a presence, and we believe that this will reflect the sky to a large extent and hopefully reduce its visual impact even more. So that brings me back to a full 360-degree circuit. I look forward to answering your questions a little while.
Thank you, Bob. Just the last couple slides. To confirm, we are submitting for an official plan amendment. That amendment is to amend Schedule B3 of the Aurora Promenade building heights to increase the maximum height of 5 stories on the property to 9 stories and up to a maximum of 28 meters for the subject lands in line with the existing institutional zoning on the front half of the property. To amend policies to permit a reduction in some front yard and exterior side yard setbacks, and also to amend a policy to permit cash in lieu of parkland for the subject lands in order to satisfy the requirements under the Planning Act. The zoning bylaw amendment looks to amend certain performance standards under the existing institutional and central commercial zones, as Mr. Letman mentioned, and also to try and harmonize it with the proposed Promenade Downtown Zone. And the proposed development complies with the majority of the proposed provisions under the new bylaw, save and except the rear yard setback and the height on the rear portion of the site. Anticipated application timeline. I had mentioned before there's a series of steps for us still to run through in order for us to get to building permit. We're here tonight on official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. We still need to submit site plan control. We are moving forward with presentations to Heritage Committee and hopefully permits. We need to submit a consent application and ultimately building permits. Ideally, we can get through all of that by the end of this year, but obviously that timeline is up to working with staff and the community. Development outcomes. For us, we see this development proposal in that it redevelops an important community asset for Aurora. It reestablishes the church's landmark status with a strong spire at Tyler Street and a strong terminus for the Mosley Street View Corridor. It provides new and needed housing choice within the downtown promenade area. It provides new community space within the downtown promenade area. It improves streetscape and built form along Yonge Street in line with the promenade policies. It improves the public realm on Tyler and Temperance with additional streetscaping, street trees, street furniture, and it implements the vision of the promenade plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Robert. We will take questions from members of the public and come back to you. So we'll open it up now to members of the public. We would ask you to come up to the podium and give us your name, give us your address, please. You have 5 minutes. And again, I will request that as we get along in the process, if you've heard the same point reiterated a number of times, if you could just speed up your particular point, that would make the evening a lot more smooth. And first up, Mike Evans.
Good evening, Mayor Dahl, members of council, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Michael Evans. I'm here tonight representing Arnold Lane Corporation and Sunbin Properties, Inc. They own 4 properties in the said block: 15236 Yonge Street, 15240 Yonge Street, 15242 Yonge Street, and 13 Wellington Street West. I also have an interest in 13 Wellington Street West. We support the 2-story church and the 9-story retirement home. I was in business in that same block for 40 years, from 1974 to 2014. I was a former chair of the Downtown Business Association. I was also the last member of the Aurora BIA Board of Management, still in business when I retired in 2014. Council should consider increasing the height to 9 stories in the downtown core. This will help to fill up the vacant lots. Some of these lots have been vacant for over 50 years. With this development, Council has an opportunity to start downtown revitalization. Don't blow this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Next, please. Don't be bashful. Mics can be a hard act to follow, but don't be bashful. Again, I ask you if you give us your name and your address, and you have 5 minutes, and you don't have to get too close to the microphone. Mike, you did a great job. It's very sensitive, so take your time.
I should put my glasses on. Sorry, just 1 second. Hi there. My name's Angela Doust, and I live at 31 Tyler Street in Aurora. And I'm speaking on, there's several of us in the neighborhood I'm speaking with tonight, and they're going to be talking about a lot of issues. As you will hear from many individuals tonight, there are a myriad of concerns regarding this new proposed development by the United Church at the corner of Yonge Street and Tyler Street. They will outline concerns with the size of the structure, increased traffic, noise, light blocking issues, emergency vehicle access, privacy issues, etc. And these are all very valid issues that need to be addressed. To avoid repetition, however, I will not repeat these concerns. I am here to address the subject of the future of Aurora and Council's vision for its residents. Like many residents in Aurora, I moved here to get away from the traffic congestion, noise, pollution, crime, crowding, and lack of community I found while living in Toronto. I didn't want to raise my family there. I wanted to raise my family in a safe, friendly, small community with lots of green space in an old house with a front porch that I could sit on in the evening and wave hello to my neighbors as they passed by. A small town feeling within commuting distance of Toronto, where I work. I found this combination 21 years ago in Aurora. Since then, however, I have found that it has been a constant battle to try and keep my neighborhood like this. Our area is a very historic, environmentally sensitive area with natural streams, an abundance of wildlife, and beautiful old historic homes that mostly range in the age from 100 to 150 years old. Every time, however, that an old structure is torn down, developers seem to want to shoehorn into the lot the largest possible building or structures without considering the surrounding area and its inherent nature, to the point where they have to apply for many exceptions and amendments to the planning bylaw to squeeze even more units into the lot. This demonstrates nothing more than greed by trying to maximize their profits. 3 examples in our small area are the old leather factory. The first one is the old leather factory store on the southwest corner of Yonge and Tyler. Originally a 2-story structure, the new developer proposed a 5-story, 42-unit building with a turret. With this original application, it was decided by the council at the time that the new structure should not overshadow the existing church at the northwest corner of Tyler and Yonge. The neighborhood fought this and finally ended up with a tasteful, historically styled building that now exists at the corner. The old tannery building, that's the second one. Originally a 3-story tannery with lots of space around it on a floodplain. Developers tore it down and proposed building 68 townhouses with ground elevated by 3 feet, closing in part of the stream with exceptions to the lot size and height, which would make them a full 15 feet higher than any other house next to them. Almost 10 other exceptions to the planning bylaw in order to make this fit. Again, the residents in the area had to stand up and fight against this. Sorry. And here we are tonight, the proposed church development that we are again standing up to fight. It shouldn't be this hard to live in peace in a residential neighborhood. I want to ask council what their view of Aurora's future is. Aurora today is almost identical to North York in the late 1970s and early 80s. North York was a collection of 2 or 3-story buildings fronting on Yonge Street with residential houses behind, up until the mid-1970s. Then developers began tearing down buildings at Yonge Street and building large 8, 9, and 10-plus story buildings. Is there an overhead by any chance?
Linda?
Oh, okay. Sorry. Is that it?
You've got about half a minute, Mr. Douse. We'll cut you some slack, but
Okay, thanks. Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to show these. Okay, this is North York in 1955. This is North York in 1979. These are all the small buildings with residential behind. That's North York in 1981. You can see the development beginning to start. 1990, it's even more built up. This is North York in 2017. Is this what you want for Aurora? This 9-story building in Aurora will set a precedent. It is a slippery slope that will lead to what you see in this last picture of North York. The recent proposal by a developer for the Library Square and surrounding area was rejected by council because it was not in keeping with the vision for the future, as well as residents who were opposed to it. I was shocked when I received the proposed plans for the United Church site, a 9-story modern retirement home with glass and steel modern church amidst a 1- and 2-story historic Victorian homes. I was disappointed that United Church would propose this. Traditionally, churches were supposed to be the center of the local community. They were supposed to improve the lives of the residents around them. This development will not only cause a negative impact on the surrounding residents for the enjoyment of their properties, but the 9-story retirement structure will now overwhelmingly be the community, or be the center of the community, not the church.
Okay, Ms. Dowse, I would ask you to wrap up, please.
I'm sorry?
I could ask you to wrap up, please.
Yes, I'm finishing. By allowing this development, Aurora may lose the charm that attracted residents to it in the first place. It will transform Aurora into another North York Scarborough Thornhill with the same skyscraper, streetscape, nondescript character, and the same big box stores. I encourage you to consider very carefully what you want Aurora to look like in 10 years and beyond, and the legacy that this council wants to leave its future residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and Council, my name is David Hanna. I'm a resident of Aurora. I'm a relative newbie to the town of Aurora. I've only been here 35 years. My family have been going to the Aurora United Church almost all of that time, although some of the people from Aurora United Church don't know that I go there. I am somewhat committed to the church as a community hub and a community center. Over the last few days, I've been involved in a Facebook thread. It was initiated by my friend Tom Maracus, just showing some of the graphics that we've seen here today. And in those commentaries, I got involved in making some comments. And one of the comments that struck me was somebody said it was strikingly different. Now, you might think that was a negative comment, and it wasn't. It was a very positive comment because it is strikingly different in a very positive way. When we moved here 35 years ago, the town of Aurora was 17,000 people. Today, it is about 60,000. The population, as I understand it, is going to be capped at 70,000. That is reality. People on this thread on Facebook talked about, let's be realistic. Well, let's be realistic. We're going to have 70,000 population. They're going to be heavily oriented towards seniors. We very much need a seniors facility and more seniors facilities in this town, and we need community hubs. We don't need empty spaces. We don't need that big empty lot up on Yonge and Tyler. We need a beautiful building there, and I think what we have achieved through the last 24 months of development work and planning is a very strong architectural presence. Now, it's not the 140-year-old church. And I know people who are living in 115-year-old houses would like to see that 140-year-old church back, but it's not there. Let's be realistic. We are going to be in a 70,000 population community in a contemporary town that needs contemporary facilities. I also have been working with the rental houses on the properties for the last 4 years. I know firsthand that we've worked very hard to make them livable for the last 4 years. One of the substructures has been completely shored up just to hold the building up. They're all falling down except for one. None of them have any historical value, and I don't want to take anything away from the presentation to the historical group in April, but none of them, in my opinion, have any historical value. They're all falling down except 16 Tyler, and there are some historically significant pieces to that house that we had planned on taking out of the house for reuse in some fashion. Strikingly different. I guess that's the whole theme. We need seniors housing. That's strikingly different for our town. We need community space. I work with groups trying to find community space today. We're going to tear down the old library. That eliminates a mass of community-based space for meetings. This new church and surrounds will provide a lot more space. They talked about 24 groups being in that space there. There should have been 36 groups. If the old church hadn't grown like Topsy and had little tiny rooms, and it was built the way this new church is going to be built, we could have 36 community groups making use of that as a community hub. The only other point I'd like to make that came up on the thread in Facebook was the traffic. I think at a seniors facility, if you think about a seniors home, the amount of automobile traffic coming out of a senior's home, look at Park Place, how they get along with a minimal parking and minimum number of automobiles. I don't think we're going to increase the traffic on Yonge Street or destroy anything at Yonge and Wellington by building a seniors facility of 9 stories on that property. I do understand the concerns of the surrounding people in that area, but it's a changing area, and your houses will stay as the historical center, and this new building will be the edge of the new contemporary Aurora. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanna.
Good evening. My name is Dave Presley. I'm from 85 Harrison Avenue. And I'm also on the executive of the Town Park Ratepayers Association. But I'm here tonight representing myself. And I'm trying to develop kind of a position on this. It's a touchy subject. I find that, you know, I agree with the gentleman who just spoke. I agree with the lady over there that just spoke. So I'm kind of trying to fall in the middle, and I'm going to get tramped no matter what happens. Anyway, one of the things I have trouble with is the height. And I have height, nope, I don't have problems with the height of the church. I have problems with the height of the residence. I think in this town, 5 stories plus 1, which I calculate to be 6, is kind of what everybody's getting. And I would like to see it stay that way, personally. The setback from Yonge Street, I've noticed that with the new condo that went in on Yonge Street north of Wellington, it has crowded in on the street, and it really gives you an unwelcoming feeling when you try walking past there and the wind hits it and it runs down. I'm a walker, I go everywhere, but oh, by the way, I've been here for 44 years. Just thought of that. I don't think that credits me for anything, but anyway, it's the closing in of Yonge Street by these taller buildings, and the woman over here spoke very well about Shepherd and Yonge, and that's what I think of when I think of what could happen to Wellington and Yonge. It could be Shepherd and Yonge, and you try working down there, trying being down there, it's just horrible. So I want to keep this short because I'm sure there's lots of other people up here that want to go on. Basically, what I want to see or would like to see is the 5 plus 1, 6 stories. I think that's ample. I think you can make enough money off that to build a nice residence in there and set it back far enough and do all those things so it doesn't impact on Yonge Street. And I would like to see the church go ahead the way it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Presley.
Is David Cabianca. I live at 34 Tyler Street. I, too, echo the previous speaker a bit. I don't have problems with the church. I do have problems with the height of proposed or requested 9 stories. Right now, the tallest building in the area is a 6-story condo, and I prefer to keep it to 6 stories rather than 9. I do have a couple other issues. Right now, as much as it's been talked about as being contributing to the community or street life, I prefer to see actually retail on Yonge Street rather than basically just a dead space created by a parking garage entrance. I think the parking garage can continue, the entrance can continue to be there, but I'd rather that they maybe consider giving up 45 feet of parking space to install retail, and they can continue to use that as a revenue generating source. But right now, as it is, it's that block, that area is a dead space because there's nothing there from the burger place all the way to the end of the block. And essentially, other than Sundays, the way it's currently planned, that's going to continue because it's just parking and a church that is open essentially on Sundays, other than maybe some community events. I have concerns, again, going back to, I see this as development creep if it goes to 9 stories, because the next person is going to ask for 12, then they're going to ask for 14, then they're going to ask for 15. I prefer to see, again, as it's talked about as on Tyler Street, better streetscaping. I really don't think that's the case. I'm sorry to the architect, but I'd prefer to see better detailing on that street side, because right now it looks like a 2-story dead wall with glass and stone, but there's no sense of detailing at the human scale. And yeah, those were the two kind of main, or 3 main elements that I had would like to see addressed. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Pardon? Are you a Brigitte too? Is your name Brigitte? No. Oh. Then I guess I was supposed to speak. Huh?
Does it matter who speaks now?
I don't know. Good evening, Mayor and councillors. And I'm just somebody, I'm a newcomer compared to the other speakers up to now, because I've only been here for about 22 years, but I can see the changes coming to Aurora. When I first moved here, and I moved here from Stouffville, which was even more backwards than Aurora, and I thought I was coming into a very modern town, and now this town is becoming even a little bit more modern, and I don't see anything wrong with it. Time doesn't stop. Development doesn't stop as long as we make it something that looks beautiful. And I think this whole church and the senior residence around it is certainly something that is more beautiful than what is there now in that particular area. So that's all I want to say. And I think we would be very sorry if we do not approve the plans. Sorry?
Could we please get your name?
Yeah, my name is Brigitte Gam. I handed it in and she called me up.
Oh, okay.
I heard my name and it's an unusual name, and that's why I thought I should come forward.
Thank you.
Okay.
Did you get that?
Okay, my name is Judy Sherman, and I live on Temperance Street. And yes, we have to move forward. I agree. We definitely have to move forward. The height is an issue. My issue is the building being all glass. And I understand what they were saying, the builder and the architect was saying, how they want to reflect the trees and they want to reflect the sky, but we have a lot of animals in the area. On any given day, I have 50, 60 ducks in my backyard because I have the creek. My concern is who's going to get up every morning and pick up the dead birds that are flying into the glass, or the animals that are going into the glass. We've got trumpeter swans in the area. We've got the ducks. We've got a lot of wildlife. I had a heron in my backyard a few years ago. So one of my concerns is all the glass and all the reflection that they're looking for. I understand where they're coming from, but from a practical point of view, I don't think it'll work.
Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Tanya Pietrangelo. I live at 50 Tyler Street with my husband, James Fraser, and our 2 young children. Our home is situated 1 block away from the proposed building site, and like many in our area, it is a century home, and we've been lovingly restoring it over the past few years. Now, when we moved away from Toronto, we could have chosen any town and any neighborhood, but we chose the Aurora Village, specifically because we fell in love with the charm and the character of this heritage area. And so both my husband and myself have strong concerns with the proposed plans at Yonge and Tyler. There's 4 key areas that we have issues with and would like Town Council to consider. 1, the very tall height of the intended residence building that wouldn't fit the area, the old Aurora Village. 2, the modern style of the proposed residence and church, which is a far departure from the turn-of-century character that defines this small and unique pocket of Aurora. 3, the large-scale crosses in the church plan that are over 3 and 6 stories tall, respectively, that would face onto Yonge Street and Tyler Street. And 4, the need for adequate parking for all the retirement suites, their guests, staff personnel, and the church's congregation. So it has been mentioned that the height is an issue, and for us, we feel that 9 stories is far too tall for our neighborhood. Now, to be clear, we do not have an issue with the plan for redeveloping this land, and we understand also the town's initiatives for intensifying the Yonge Street corridor. But we are very concerned that the 9-story building is terribly out of place in this location, would overshadow the buildings in our neighborhood, and would drastically alter the charm of the Aurora Village and not for the better. The buildings in our area are between 1 to 4 stories tall, and we would like to urge Town Council to accept a plan that is more along those lines. And overall, the scale of the development is far too large for our neighborhood. Now, we understand that the proposal is in its early stages, but we do have strong issues with respect to the modern style in the perspective drawings. The plan is a far departure from the character of this little unique pocket, and so we would urge Town Council to accept a plan that references and harmonizes with the turn-of-the-century buildings on Yonge Street, Tyler, Temperance, and that would complement the Aurora Village. Part of the perspective drawing of the church shows 3 large crosses facing both Yonge Street and Tyler. 2 crosses that are no less than 6 stories tall, encompassing almost the total height of the church steeple. Now, we respect all places of worship, and church steeples and crosses are not a problem, but I cannot imagine driving up Yonge Street and seeing these imposing crosses as I approach our little town center. It simply doesn't convey the right message of inclusion or of who we are as a town. It doesn't represent our diversity or multiculturalism. It is a sensitive matter, but it does need to be addressed because it's going to be built right in the heart of our little town. And lastly, we are concerned with the number of parking spaces. We feel that 133 spaces is not adequate for the intended site and all of its uses. The logistics of this plan are far too large for this land in this location, especially when you consider the surrounding streets are mainly residential homes, and streets such as Temperance are quite narrow. In summary, our 4 key concerns are height and overall size, architectural style, large-scale crosses, and adequate parking. We'd like to urge Town Council to accept a plan that is no taller than 4 or 5 stories high and that architecturally harmonizes with the old town's heritage, character, and charm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Troy Howery. I'm with my partner David Cabianca, 34 Tyler Street. I actually was with Angela Doust. The 2 of us actually canvassed the area, and we've created a petition where we have actually gathered signatures and support of more than 70% of the people who live within a 1-block area of this development. By and large, everyone is in agreement that this building is much too massive for the site. I have no problem, again, with this idea of doing a modern building inside the space. I think that there is a way to also design a building. I have an architecture background, as my partner does as well, so that it respects history as well. So if we look at the church that was built over closer to the cultural center, the Trinity Anglican Church, we would see that is a very modern building, but is designed in a historic style. I want to point out a couple of things about what things have been said. Number one, there is a giant pine tree close to 12 Tyler Street. It is the highest thing in our area. This building is actually probably about 20 feet taller than that. So we can see this from on top of the hill, and I think that's something to point out. I would like to ask actually how the architect is fitting in the number of units it is. What kind of units are these? Are these bachelor suites? Who's moving into this? Is this couples that are independent, or is this a care home, a nursing home? I think that needs to be clarified, because this also will tell us the amount of parking that we'll need. My parents live in a retirement home. Every person has at least one car, if not two. So I know that it is a busy thing. I want to point out that they said they were going to enhance the streetscaping on Tyler and Temperance. I apologize, I don't speak well in public. So, but when we look at the site plan, you will notice that they have outlined that the existing trees on Tyler Street all need to be removed, and the building is actually going past that. So they're not actually pushing back from the site, they're encroaching further onto the streetscape. I do not see this building as it's designed as a transition from an established residential area to the promenade. It is gigantic. I think that's just horrible. The grade renderings do not show. Are we bringing the entire site down to zero? Because in many of the renderings that you have built, especially the one along Tyler, there's no hill going up to the sidewalk. Does that mean that that's all gone and you brought the grade down? I don't understand. The renderings in general, the building has, the tower part of the building has been minimized to lower its impact. I agree with this idea that nature is really important. I cannot believe that this site is being filled from property line to property line with no green spaces at ground level. If this is going to be people who are aged, who are living in this home, they need to have green spaces that they can live in that are at street level so they're able to walk around the neighborhood. We have to encourage this. And I also think if we have a building that goes up in this kind of dense sort of configuration, this is going to also encourage future developers to do the same thing, build max out the size of lots. It's like what's happening with a lot of the homes. People are building as far out into their properties as they can, and this is why, again, we've moved into this sort of town where, you know, we live on an environmentally protected lot, so we are under such strong restrictions, and we're only 5 houses down from this development. How is this happening? It's shocking. And then lastly, and very importantly, is this idea of traffic. We've already been told that we're going to be having one-way turns happen through our neighborhood because they're changing the lights on Wellington and Tyler and Young. So we're going to have all of that traffic come into our area now. We're going to have 68 new units down the street on Tyler Street, so that's another 200 cars. And just the general growth that's going to happen in our neighborhood. If this happens, we need to decide as a town what to do with Tyler Street, because it will never take this kind of traffic, nor Temperance. We also have neighbors up on Mill that are also concerned, and they're on my petition that I've handed in. Everyone has received sketches that my partner and I have done. So you see that we understand the impact, and hope you'll look that over as you make your decisions.
Thank you very much, sir.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jessica Weaver. I can't claim 40 or 50 years, but I was born in Aurora, and so I have been here all my life. And we are directly adjacent to the proposed development at 47 Temperance Street. Upon seeing the drawings proposed for the redevelopment of the Aurora United Church, we have a number of concerns that we would like to address. We were very saddened by the loss of the original church building years ago. and don't have concerns with the church redevelopment, but rather the plans for the retirement complex. The first concern is with traffic and parking. The entrance to the underground parking is directly beside our property, raising concerns for safety and the volume of traffic proposed. Temperance is a local road which is designed for low volumes and low speeds, with 159 proposed units, staff, visitors, church attendees. The number of vehicles will drastically increase. And also, this is, from my understanding, a retirement complex, not a nursing home, so I'm assuming that there would be quite a few vehicles and that people would still be driving when they're living in this residence. With such a dramatic increase in the population density, there is concern that the current infrastructure will be unable to handle the burden of increased demands. We suggest the opening in the north facade, exposing the parking garage, be closed off to address safety concerns and improve the aesthetic of the facade. We also suggest that a traffic study be completed to determine the impact on Temperance Street's safety and efficiency, which will indicate whether 159 units is advisable. We are also concerned about the property setback. In the current design, the retirement complex abutting our property is directly on the property line with a measurement of 0.00 meters. If they intend to extend the institutional zoning for the entire collection of properties, the minimum setback is 2 meters and a maximum of 4 meters. We recommend that the retirement complex include a side yard setback adjacent to our property to provide access and to conform to the town's siting specifications. We're also concerned about the height of the proposed building. In the drawings that I looked at, it identified 8 stories, but with the addition of the parapet and the staircase above, as well as the lower elevation along Temperance, it's actually over 9 stories high. The elevation drawings indicate a height of around 28 meters, but this doesn't include the staircase above the parapet on the roof, and it stops above the street level on Temperance, not including the full height of the north facade. Due to the significant elevation change from Yonge Street to Temperance Street, the building height or stories must be calculated separately, not en masse on the whole collection of properties. Because just on our building alone, you can enter on a different story. It's a full story difference on our property, and that's just on Temperance Street alone. This dramatic increase in height gives them 159 suites, which is well over the maximum number of units indicated in the building specifications. The incredible height of the proposed building will block the southern exposure of our building, reducing energy efficiency and removing any possibility of a green roof or solar panels on our property, which our building is a flat roof, and we were intending to do so. We suggest a reduction in the number of stories for the retirement complex that align with the building specifications and better complement the character and zoning requirements of Temperance Street. Yes.
Thank you.
Just one last point is that the church architecture, the original building was a beautiful landmark, and it was celebrated and appreciated by the whole community. We just recommend that the developers collaborate with the Heritage Advisory Committee to incorporate some architectural elements that celebrate and make reference to the previous design. I don't feel 5 stained glass is sufficient. We appreciate that this project is a large undertaking and that church members must be eager to once again have use of their own facility. Our intention is simply to ensure that the impact and implications for the surrounding community will be positive and allow growth in the area that adheres to the official plan and the original design of the area.
Okay, if you could wrap up now, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do, there is a clock on the podium, and I realize that 5 minutes is sometimes a lot shorter than you think, but we do try and keep it there so we can get everybody in a timely manner. Sir, give us your name, please.
Good evening. My name is Richard Klopfer. I live at 29 Tyler Street, which is essentially kitty corner to the site that we're talking about tonight. I'm going to go off script a little bit in the essence of time. I think everybody said what I wanted to say. There's one other point I wanted to add on, but I thought I'd just give you a little context about my family that's going to live in the shadow of this structure. So we moved from the Calgary area in Alberta to Aurora about 20 years ago. Had 2 children, raised them here in Aurora. Actually, my wife ironically taught Sunday school at the old United Church where my children were christened. They're grown up now and off to university, and so last year we downsized and we moved from Carlisle Crescent, a larger home and a newer development, to old Aurora, which we wanted to do ever since we've got here, and we finally found the place that we wanted to. And I don't know if any of you know 29 Tyler Street, but the previous owners to that residence went through meticulous detail to try and live up to the heritage elements of a turn of the century home through an arts and craft movement style. And we have no intention of changing that. We found the charm of that house. It drew us in, and we've fallen in love with it. I actually commute to Mississauga every day and have done for 18 years. I don't mind sitting in my car for 2 hours because I get to come home and live in Aurora. So you can imagine the shock and horror that I felt when I heard about this development. I have no issue with developing and progress and the stimulus that this will provide to the economy, the local economy here. I applaud the development of the new church. And I don't even mind the residents. My issues really are threefold, and I'll be quick because they've already been stated tonight. It's simply much too big. It's 9 stories tall. There's nothing like it. I sat on my front porch a couple of days ago and looked at it. It will literally be 50 meters from my front porch, and I cried. It's going to be, it's too darn big. The design piece we all spoke about, it isn't reflective of the neighborhood, and I think other people articulated that better than I can, so I won't. But it just won't. It's too big, and it doesn't fit from a design standpoint. And the last thing I would say is, I would encourage any of you when you're considering this, if you've got a spare moment, to drive by my home, pretend you're sitting on the front porch. Or pretend it's for sale, and ask yourself if you'd buy it when it sits in the shadow of such an enormous structure, literally 50 meters across the street. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak for the... Hold on there. No, Okay, well, hold on. I want to see if there's anybody else who'd like to speak for a first time, and then I'm going to, before you do that, okay, we've got people, and then I'm going to ask the architects to come back up. So we'll come back. It is a little warm in here, isn't it?
Hi there, it's Steve Falk. I worked for 18 years on Tyler Street in the Tannery. I live a couple streets away, grew up a couple streets away, went to school a couple streets away. I've seen nothing that's more certain in Aurora than change. It happens all the time. In fact, where the chip store is beside the United Church, that was a train station. Just a few decades back, people could pick up a train there, a nice, noisy train, take it to Toronto. It's always changing the complexion of downtown. It's just certain. And I know, having looked at plans proposed by the region, that the walking distance from Yonge Street to people to walk to transit, 300 to 500 meters is what they walk. They've designated that from one end of Toronto up to Bradford as being the distance where you should probably have high density because people can walk to transit, and they want to put transit in major routes. It's been no surprise for decades that that was the plan. If you live within 500 meters of Yonge Street, it's probably going to get built up. There are surprises for people who see that. Maybe they move into an area and think that's not going to be a future of it, but it's always been the plan. When you have a need for mass transit to move people around, there's going to be density around those transit lines. So yeah, it's change. There's nothing but change in a town like Aurora. It's always changing. But the likelihood of high density, of high rises, of places for people to live, seniors to be close to transit, and other things that are happening in the main street, that's the kind of change I think is good change. The people who've been working at the United Church to put this together spent, I guess, the better part of 3 years now thinking about what would be good for that corner, trying to make it fiscally responsible and responsible for the kinds of needs of the center of town. And I'd like to say that I support it. I mean, there's incredible work being done there, a lot of thought gone into it, and they're a center point of the community and the work that's being done there, as you've probably all participated in. So I just want to throw in my full support for that structure and what's being planned.
Thank you, sir. At this point, is there anyone else who'd like to speak for the first time? We've got one, and then if that's it for the first time, I'm going to ask Sarah and or Robert to come back up and answer some of the questions.
Hi, my name is Emma Kurzweil, and I live in Woodruff Crescent, right around the corner. And I've actually lived here my whole life as well, which may seem very short. Of course, it's only 16 years, but it's my entire life. And for my entire life, I've been going to Aurora United Church. It has always been a staple in the community, and it doesn't matter what it looks like. In my perspective, everyone's going to know it's a church. It's still going to be that beautiful historic site, and it was still the same location it was built on many years ago. It's just changing. As Steve mentioned, change is a beautiful thing, and it's been happening for a very long time in Aurora, and I think it needs to continue to happen. I am part of the next future of Aurora. I'm part of the next generation, and I think that this new design is absolutely gorgeous. Is it taller than the rest of the surrounding areas? Yes. But I think we need to realize that we need adequate housing for seniors, and if we can do it in a beautiful way that's connected to a gorgeous church, then why not go for it? If Aurora's changing, why not make it more modern, more beautiful, to keep with the times, even though it's not going to take away from the rest of the historic area surrounding it? The homes that these people live in are beautiful historic sites, and we're not taking away from that. They will always be the beautiful historic sites. We are just adding to the surrounding area to continue the change in Aurora. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a future in public speaking there. I don't see anyone else for the first time, so Sarah and or Robert, if you want to come and talk to some of the issues, the height, the glass structure, concerned about birds and things like that, traffic, just the overall massing and applicability to the neighborhood.
Sorry, Mayor. So a specific response to the comments received so far, or?
Well, probably at this point more general, because you're not that far along, but certainly, you know, there's some of the issues that are concerned, height, the massing, traffic, that type of thing.
Sure. I'll turn it over to Bob to respond specifically on height and massing. I will say, too, we also have our heritage planner, Carl Bray, here, and our traffic engineers, if there are specific traffic and heritage questions.
I'd just like to hit the top 10 if I could. Bird-friendly glass. The City of Toronto is keenly aware of the issues of bird strikes in the towers downtown. There's an entire industry created are dedicated to the creation of glazing products which are recognizable by birds and significantly reduce the problems you were talking about. As far as the parking required by retirement facilities, I've been doing retirement homes for 32 years. I have over 100 seniors projects in my portfolio. In that period of time, we have watched the average age of retirement residents inch up from 75 to about 85 now. One of the primary reasons for people moving into a retirement facility is loss or lack of desire to drive a car, inability or loss of confidence. So the parking standards typically that we're experiencing in municipalities all across the GTA are somewhat less than 1/2 car per suite, quite adequate. We have our traffic studies done, we have our parking studies done, those have been delivered to staff, and I think you'll find that that backs it up. As far as the amount of green space in the project goes, we consider this an urban site. The promenade plan with the requirements for build 2 lines, build close to the street, define the street edge, doesn't leave you a whole lot of room for landscaping. What we have done in this project is create a series of roof decks, green roofs, terraced areas which are sheltered for our residents and provide numerous opportunities to get outside, get some fresh air. Resident care levels, I won't go into that too specifically, except to say in a typical project, we're experiencing about 50% independent living residents. Those are people who are sort of the go-go seniors. We're also experiencing the slow-go assisted living, memory care residents who are considerably less mobile, highly unlikely that they drive a car. The suite sizes, someone was asking about the size of the suites, they run a full gamut from a bed-sitting room or studio right up to 1 bedroom plus a den, 2 bedroom suites. It's a very wide mix, and it's uniquely designed to the requirements perceived in the community. Setbacks, again, we're actually a little further set back from the street than the requirements, as I understand them, because we're trying to create more breathing room, more leg room at the street, more room for benches and sitting. As far as the height goes, the height of the building is measured from the average grade on the site. Someone noticed quite correctly that Temperance Street is a street level below Yonge Street, but it's actually about a 6-meter difference from the northeast corner of the site to the southwest corner of the site. And I'll turn it over to you, Sarah.
Thanks, Bob. I think more generally, too, I'd like to take a minute and just talk about the project as a whole, because we recognize this project does mean change for the immediate surrounds, and change isn't easy, and change, I think it's about a conversation on what's the right way for Aurora to change, because part of what is happening here is that there's significant investments from town council and from regional council on transit and on investments on your Main Street corridor, which is Yonge Street. There are some pretty strong policies in place that talk about if the town's going to grow up and intensify, it has to be around Yonge Street. So we find ourselves in this position where we have a prominent property within your downtown Main Street that is vacant and an important community asset that's screaming out to be rebuilt. So it's a tremendous opportunity for the town, and I think the project team, the church, Southbound Developments want to make sure that it's done in the right way. For us, we recognize the policies talk about a 5-story height limit along Yonge. The policies of your official plan also allow for increases in height where there can be demonstrated community benefit. So as a project team, we say, well, okay, what are the community benefits of this project? We need to rationalize that. And for us, we see the additional height as an opportunity to bring needed seniors housing into your downtown area. It's also an opportunity to create that partnership between the retirement home and the church to really allow that church redevelopment to happen. It's about implementing the policies of the Promenade Plan and rebuilding the past in creating the landmark for the church. And it's also about filling the gap, as Bob has said, along the Yonge Street corridor and providing the transition back to Temperance. So on the Temperance Street frontage in particular, it's a tough one because you do have a beautiful established low-rise residential neighborhood there that I don't think anyone has any intentions of wanting to change. But the properties that we're dealing with are zoned commercial, central commercial, and the intention of that whole block is to grow up with a focus towards the Yonge Street Promenade. So it's how do we transition from a low-rise residential area to the town's main street. The proposal we've put before you attempts to do that by respecting the angular planes outlined in the official plan and the zoning bylaw. And we think the proposal put before you tonight does a pretty good job of that.
Thank you, Sarah. I think it might be beneficial if Mr. Bray came up and perhaps had an opportunity to address some of the concerns in terms of how your design matches with the historical significance of that area. And I see Mr. Bray working his way through.
Great, no problem.
Thank you. I'm happy to answer any specific questions. Just in terms of the process, like any other major site in downtown Aurora, the town requires a heritage impact statement to be made, and that was what I was responsible for. There was also archaeological assessment. So the end result of that was to determine if there were cultural heritage resources on the property and to start the process of understanding if there were any archaeological resources. So my report that I have put forward, I've noted that the individual buildings don't jump off the page as being particularly important historically. The one at the corner of Temperance and Tyler, number 16 Tyler, is a good example of an Edwardian four-square house. It has many of the qualities that you would find in other examples of its type. So it is one that meets two of the three provincial criteria for potential designation, keeping in mind that all four properties are listed on the town's register, but none of them have been formally designated by the municipality. The other properties are examples of their type. Really, number 57, just around the corner on Temperance, is a much more contemporary building, it and its outbuilding, and it has really no heritage value. Number 55, again, is quite a common type of a modest workers' housing. There are other examples along Temperance and throughout the downtown and in other similar downtowns. Number 12, Tyler, was apparently the work of a local builder. We have John McIntyre's book has a photograph of it, but it has been substantially altered over the years and unfortunately has major structural problems. So in summary, the individual properties are of some heritage value for their streetscape contribution, but really only the corner property, number 16, would merit even further consideration for potential designation. In terms of the overall heritage character, again, the Promenade Plan doesn't go into a lot of detail on that. There is not a heritage conservation district in that area, so the definition of heritage character in that particular area hasn't really been taken very far. And so certainly the comments I've heard about the prevalence of street trees, for example, certain setbacks, a certain size of housing, that's all true and characteristic of the neighborhood, but none of that has been actually formalized by the municipality. So just in summary, the stage that we're at now, I have assessed the individual properties. An archaeological assessment is underway, and in my report I've given a series of options, some of which would include the individual property at the corner, some of which would be full demolition, but also salvage of architectural elements. So the stage we're at now is certainly to listen to you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Hold on, Judy. Okay, I've been here too long, obviously. I'm knowing too many people by their first name. Thanks, Carl. I'm going to, I think that answers some of the questions that have come up already. I'll go back to the audience and see if there's anyone who would wish to speak for a second time.
If I could add, and I know it's been mentioned, one of the important aspects of the property is the way in which the former church closed that amazing vista west along Moseley. And I'm pleased to see that the current architectural design, although the church is not exactly in the same location as the former church was, it's very nearly, and there's still one of the spires of the new church does close that vista. And so the landmark quality of the former church has been retained in a slightly different way in the new design.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I will, and I know that Ms. Doust, I think. Oh, you're here.
Hi. Sorry, I was just grabbing my things. Did you want me to answer
no,
a specific question?
No, we're going to go back to the public. No, I've got someone else. Then Judy, then you. Ms. Doust.
I'm just listening, and just things are just kind of popping up in my head as I'm listening. You know, we definitely need to move forward. I agree. I see the structure and the reflection of the old church and the new church. I see all of that. And they want to make it a center of the town because they want to move forward and, and move into the 21st century and all that. Well, not everyone that lives in the town is Catholic anymore or Christian. We have all different ethnicities. We have different races. We have different religions. So they want to make this really big and large in the center of town. What about everybody else who lives in the town? Not that a church shouldn't go back. A church should definitely go back. But it isn't what it was 140 years ago. So they're trying to bring that aspect back. I don't know if that makes any sense. No? It doesn't make sense? No. It makes no sense what I said.
Okay, just, excuse me.
I'm saying they want to bring, what they're saying is they want to modernize and bring it into the 21st century, right? Because things are changing. Well, the face of Aurora is changing as well, right? The people who live in Aurora is changing. So it's not just all about the church anymore. It's about other religions and other ethnicities and other races, is what I'm trying to say. Yes, we need to put a church, but it is not the only, yeah, that kind of contradicts what I'm saying, but they're trying to make it the center of Aurora again. They're saying it's big and we need to see it from all around, but it isn't the only thing that's important in Aurora anymore. Okay. It was 140 years ago, but it isn't now. That's all. We do need a church, though, there.
Ms. Doust.
Yeah.
Hi, sorry, I'll make it really quick. My husband did these wonderful renderings for this meeting. He used Google Earth as perspective, and it is scaled drawings. So they are what the church will look like in the streetscape, which I'm sure the architect's drawings are scaled as well. However, the way they were sort of showing them didn't quite show how big this is going to be. So if I could just show you. Okay, this is looking north on Yonge. This is the size of the structure. Why did you cut off the... Excuse me? Thanks. This is Temperance Street. This is the houses on the side, and this is the building. You can't even see the top, it's so big. And this is what the people here will be looking at. And during the winter, David actually did some wonderful drawings showing the shadows. During the winter, the houses all the way down to way over on this side of the street will get no sun until about noon. This is the perspective of the church along the streetscape. This is how big it will look compared to the rest of the neighborhood. This is another perspective of the church. And another. And another, looking from the street. And this is coming from the other side of Yonge. So as you can see, it does not fit at all into the entire area, or Aurora for that matter at all, considering that every other building in town is no more than 6 stories. Thank you very much. I think also the fact that they're asking for so many amendments to this site speaks to the fact that this does not fit the site. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers at this point? Please.
Hi. So my name is Emily Crawley, and I live on Kennedy, so I can't say I'm extremely close to where the building is going to be going, but like my friend Emma, I'm 16 years old, and I've been living here for 16 years, and I've been going to the church since before I can remember. And, you know, besides it being a beautiful space of worship, above all, it's a place where people can freely come and, you know, meet other people. Without the church, I wouldn't have met Emma, who is a very close friend of mine, and I wouldn't have met some of my closest friends. So, you know, as well as our wonderful ministers who play such a big role in my life, it's a beautiful space to be. And I understand, you know, the issues that are being brought up, and I understand that they are major issues in people's lives, but I would just like to remind everyone that, you know, it's not a business that's being put in, and it's not supposed to be, you know, this big looming structure. It's supposed to be this beautiful place where we can all, you know, accept each other. And even if it's, you know, it is a united church, but everyone is welcome. And I want, you know, everyone to feel that they, you know, can enjoy the beautiful space that is going to be created. So I really would urge you to take that into consideration as a, you know, a beautiful community space and a place to get to know each other through worship and through, you know, the United Church. So please take all of this into consideration, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Emma. Are there any other speakers from the public at this point? If not, then I will. We typically go to a. Because there's a couple of people on this side of the table saying, "Can we take a break?"
My name's Eric McCartney, 1 Buchanan Crescent, Aurora. I volunteer a lot at a number of different seniors' homes, and I'm just wondering, I've never been in a 9-story assisted living, and just wondering how the evacuation would take place if anything unforeseen did happen. You know, are there multiple elevators in this specific complex? So I guess it's really the height restrictions. I would like it lowered to 6 stories. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. If there's no more speakers from the public, please, sir.
Sorry, is it possible to hear from the person that did the traffic study?
I'm sorry? Traffic study, certainly. The traffic study person? That's a new title. You can put that on your business card.
Standing in the back, I couldn't hear, sorry.
Good evening, members of mayor, members of council. My name is Richard Pernicki. I'm a transportation planner with Next Trans Consulting. We were retained by Southbound Developments to undertake the transportation impact study in support of the application that's before you today. I'd just like to go through some of my key findings and conclusions. It is a very detailed study, a lot of numbers, a lot of analysis, and don't want to bore the people this evening with those precise numbers, but I'll give you a high-level summary. The development proposal consists of a church with 450 seats and 159 unit retirement residence. The proposed development is expected to generate approximately 103 two-way trips during the weekday morning peak hour and 115 two-way trips during the afternoon peak hour. This site is well served by a total of 3 vehicular entrances that are provided to Yonge, Tyler, and Temperance. The proposed site entrances are expected to operate within capacity and excellent levels of service, with no critical movements identified. It is our opinion that the proposed site traffic will have negligible impact to the future operations of the external road network and may remain in their current state. In accordance with the parking provisions outlined in the existing Town of Aurora zoning bylaw, number 2213-78, parking for the retirement residence and the church will be provided at 133 vehicle parking spaces and can sufficiently meet the site requirements. Garbage unloading and on-site circulation is appropriate and meets town standards, and the garbage and emergency vehicles will be able to circulate within the proposed site and exit the site in a cab-forward manner. Bottom line conclusions: the development proposal is not a significant traffic generator. The site is well served by 3 access points. The site is well served by transit and an active mobility network, which allows employees, residents to actively engage alternative forms of transport. We are currently working with the town to address their first submission comments on my study. And lastly, I am a 10-year resident of Town of Aurora, so relatively newbie. Any questions, happy to answer.
Okay, I don't think I'll get into questions with respect to traffic because we're very early in the process, but I'll just let everyone know that the traffic plan has been submitted to the town. It is upstairs in planning, which is on the 3rd floor here, and it's available for anybody to come in and look through. So all that information is currently publicly available. So thank you very much for coming up, Bridget. Appreciate it. So if there's no more questions from the public, I'm going to, please. No, microphone. Otherwise, we don't get your comments on tape.
Hi, again, it's Troy Howery at 34 Tyler. I just wonder, with the number of, as I discussed earlier, we have 3 new things happening on our streets of Temperance and Tyler, 2 new constructions, and this new traffic pattern that the town is trying to put on us. I think that the town should be hiring its own consultants to look at this general thing. This isn't about knocking this gentleman who just did his study, but I think that we as residents who are living on that, we already see when there's traffic jams, we see the people speeding up our streets. This is a place with a lot of children, a lot of people are walking their dogs. This is a very family-friendly area. This could get very dangerous if we continue to add traffic to this area. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I was chatting with the Director of Planning. The traffic study has been sent out for peer review, and it will include those other issues that you addressed, sir. So that is happening. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to close this part of the public portion of the meeting. I will go to council. They can ask questions of the proponent unless councillors would like to take a quick break. Say 5 minutes. So we'll just take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll be back. Could I please get councillors to take their seats? Could I have a motion to resume, please? Councillor Thompson, Councillor Kim, all in favor? Contrary? It's good.
Get that gavel going. I'll go call.
Okay, we'd like to get back to business, please. Excuse me. We would like to get back to business, please. I need to get home and get my beauty sleep. Okay, we're going to open up now for councillors who may have questions for the proponent. This is specifically to the presentation from the proponent. First up is Councillor Maracas. Excuse me, please. Okay, if we could have some quiet, please, we'd appreciate it. Councillor Maracas.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a couple questions for the proponent. Okay. Through you, Mr. Chair, I usually ask this at every public planning meeting of any applicant that comes before us. Have yourself and your group and the clients, have you guys read our official plan?
Not in its entirety. I read the portions that I thought were germane to our assignment.
Fair enough. Now, you guys spoke of 8 objectives that you were looking to create, and one of those were to meet the objectives of the town's official plan and the Promenade secondary plan. You're asking for amendments, and so I'm just curious to how you feel that objective has been met. We got to get a new mic system. The 8 objectives you mentioned, one of the 8 was to meet the objectives of the town's official plan and the Promenade secondary plan. And considering you're asking for an amendment to our official plan, I'm wondering how you feel that you've met that objective.
Specifically, I'll speak to the Promenade plan because that's really something I'm more familiar with. Sarah might be able to address the official plan questions. But in terms of our approach to the Promenade, we attempted to provide the setbacks that were requested to reduce the mass of the building as best we could, to create a lively streetscape or frontage with activities for sitting and tree planters and banners and so on. We've attempted to do that. We've also tried to design the buildings in a way that comply with the urban design component of the Promenade plan. And just to read from that, new buildings should avoid historic misrepresentation. Buildings should tell the story of historic development, but it's important not to get confused with the mimicry of past architectural styles. And we've heard a lot of people request that the new church should look like the old church. And in my initial presentation, I tried to get across the idea that that is not what this congregation wanted to do. They are not the same congregation that built the building in 1878. They have a new vision, they have a new ministry, and they believe that they're bringing an important message to Aurora. So while we tried to incorporate elements of the past or artifacts such as the stained glass window, and to allude to elements of the architectural style, like the double spires and the peaked window, we also didn't want to run afoul of this policy. So I hope that explains why the building is designed the way it is, at least the church.
Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Doesn't really get to my specific concerns. I think the biggest aspect and the main part of the amendment is the height requirement. And so I'm just wondering why not put forward an application that specifically meets our official plan?
I guess we're working for a number of clients for multiple objectives. The Aurora United Church is my principal client, and quite frankly, we had to find a development partner to provide the financial strength for the Aurora Church to rebuild in a fashion that was even remotely equal to what it had before the fire. The congregation simply did not have the financial resources to do that. So our intent was always to go to the market and look for a joint venture partner to assist in the development of this site. Southbound Developments and Amica Mature Lifestyle, fortunately, came to the table. We had approached a number of condominium developers thinking that that would be a likely target. The condo developers were not interested. They were not interested because Aurora didn't want to sell the property. They wanted to lease it. And they have a 99-year lease with Southbound Developments. This means that the church will have an ongoing, stable revenue source for the next 100 years. That was critically important, but it was also important to make that deal work. We had to be able to deliver a modern retirement facility that met the financial requirements of Amica. And a 160-suite project is very typical these days. We're building 3 of them right now, and one's 159, one's 162, another one's 160. So because the 9th story came about, quite frankly, because of trying to meet the setback requirements. If I could have built closer to the street and not stepped back, we could have accommodated a lower form. But we felt that it was important to respect the intent of the bylaw or of the promenade plan, and that terracing is what pushed us up to a 9th floor. And I'd also like to emphasize very clearly that 9th floor is within the 28-meter height, which is allowed by the zoning on the site. The official plan may have contemplated something different, but our as-of-right zoning in your bylaw is 28 meters, and we are at 28 meters. So I hope that explains why we're that high. I don't know how else I can answer that question.
Sorry.
Sarah, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Bob. Councillor, to get to your question on, the first was, have we read the town's official plan from cover to cover? I can say that I have. Hand to my chest, I have. And to the second question on, one of the 8 objectives of this proposal was to meet the intent of the promenade policies in your official plan. And how have we done that? And why are we asking for height above Schedule B3? Very good question, and we know that's the bulk of the concern this evening. With respect to the height, the Schedule B3 allows for a height of up to 5 stories along the main street. The architectural plan tries to reflect that, right? So we respect the 5-story height limit, and Bob's done an extensive amount of work to minimize the stories above the 5th to ensure that it's meeting the intent of that promenade plan. The reason for that, for floors 6, 7, 8, and 9 are really to achieve a building program that allow for a retirement home to partner with the church and bring back a significant community asset to the center of town. While the 2 operations are independent, the development of both uses is intrinsically linked. So as Bob said, there needs to be some synergy and compatibility in how we make this whole site function together. To specific policy references in the planning rationale submitted with the application, which is also a public document and I presume available upstairs, page 23 outlines urban design excellence and compatibility. We speak specifically, the policies of the plan speak to urban design excellence in sections 4 and specifically to the promenade secondary plan in section 11. Policy 4.2 outlines the role of urban design to influence both the environments in which people travel by car and foot, to allow both clear, large-scale visual statements and smaller-scale detailed visual design statements. Policy 4.2c goes on to state that council will support urban design which, 1, reconciles compatibility with diversity, and 2, avoids monotony and harsh contrasts. Beyond this, the policies within this section provide a framework by which to evaluate development's ability to achieve a healthy and attractive human environment. And we took those considerations into effect with this proposal. They include safety, audio and visual privacy, a range of dwelling types, provision of neighborhood services, street orientation, microclimate, representation of historic elements, and practices to mitigate any local urban heat island. I mean, I'd be happy to run through the specifics of the proposal, but we have done an extensive amount of policy review and tried to reflect that in the design.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 3 more questions, but I'm going to ask for if I can get a yes or no answer, just because I don't want to take everyone's time away here. And I know everyone has a lot of questions, and when we get to the comment portion, I have a lot to say, but I'll save it for that moment. So if I could just get a yes or no on these three, Mr. Chair. Was there any thought given to putting retail on the main floor facing Yonge Street?
Yes, and if I could expand on that briefly. Yes, there has been consideration of incorporating some sort of, I don't want to speak out of turn here, but community-based retail coffee shop within the church development to act as another place for people to gather and enjoy the Yonge streetscape. If you're speaking specifically about the retirement home, and at the moment the existing surface parking would be preserved, and Bob's provided a sort of architectural facade to read as a streetscape. I think at this point, in order to meet the parking requirements under the zoning bylaw, we need to retain that surface parking. I think the structure could be developed to allow for retail in future if, with a balance of parking.
Oh, thank you. Is there any possibility, through you, Mr. Chair, to the proponent, is there any possibility of setting back the structure, the retirement part of it, more, put that setback more, so that maybe increase the width of the road to have better traffic flow?
On the Temperance Street facade or frontage? At this point, the building proposed has actually been set back beyond what the existing condition is. So the building setback at this point is 2.75 meters from the right-of-way. We spoke to staff early on in the proposal about any potential road widenings along Temperance. We were advised that there were none. But at this point, there is a building setback incorporated into the current proposal. So.
Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, my last question, is there any flexibility on the height?
I think I'm gonna keep this brief. In a yes or no answer, yes, with the caveat that there's a building program that needs to be achieved. There's a certain unit count that the development partner needs to achieve in order to make this project viable. Quite genuinely, to be viable, to be able to be constructed. That being said, the actual form of that building, as we've said before, we want to make it a project that everybody can be proud of as a landmark for Yonge Street. So if that form shifts and the unit count can still be achieved, then yes.
Councillor Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess it's Mr. Murphy. I don't know who's going to answer it, but it was in reference to Amica. He said there were 2 others that he had worked on. The model for Amica is 160 units. My question is how many units, Amica's a very big outfit or company with, I don't know, maybe in the hundreds. Do they have any smaller than 160 that they operate in?
Good evening. My name is Jeff Baum. I'm actually part of Southbound Development, so we're the developer. Amica is the operator of the facility, as we know. So I'm speaking on behalf of the operator, which is Amica. They do have facilities that are smaller, and they have facilities that are larger, depending on the demographic need in an area.
Thank you very much.
Councillor?
While I've got I'm sorry I didn't catch your name. The way this operates is you're not going to be having the lease. You're going to develop the whole site, the church and the building, and then Amica will then assume the lease and operation of the retirement home.
For simplicity's sake, we are likely going to build the entire project, including on behalf of the church. We will build the church on behalf of the Aurora United Church, as we will build the retirement home. And then once the retirement home is up and running, then Amica takes over the operation, and they're the ones who are entering the 99-year lease. We're the developer to bring everyone together and to build the facility, and then the operator, who is Amica, and they have facilities all across Canada, will be the ongoing operator, and they'll be the community partner with Aurora.
So my comment question is, you're the catalyst. You're going to be hired to build, and then you're going to go on to your next project.
We are also partners in the facility for a certain period of time. We'll probably be involved for around 10 years. And then we will exit out, and Amica will own the entire facility and continue to run it.
Okay, we're kind of straying from the intent of this evening.
Mr. Mayor, I'm just trying to understand the relationship. But I will get back to my question. I thank you very much. Now, there are 5 homes coming down, Mr. Mayor, and I don't know who's coming up next, but normally when we tear down homes, there are new homes put in there. And but these homes are not going to be townhomes or homes. It's going to be now a 9-story building. Is that correct, Mr. Mayor?
Sarah?
Yes, that's correct.
So it's quite a amendment that we're going to be making in this sort of situation, and it was asked that we're going to change it from commercial to an institutional, because there's commercial surrounding the properties. It's been zoned for, and we're going to make it institutional. That's one of the amendments that you're asking. And Councillor Marac has asked if you had thought of putting in some commercial stores into all that space, because that's a big footprint. Was that considered, or that is possible? Is that correct?
I think structurally, yes, it is possible. Our challenge right now is there's an existing surface parking lot along Yonge Street, and in order to meet the parking requirements of the site, we need to retain that surface parking lot.
But you could, instead of building a 9-story building, you could build a 2-story plaza or something along those lines for commercial, because it's zoned that way. But
no, I mean, I can't speak on behalf of the church, but there was never an intent to build a 2-story commercial plaza in partnership with the church, namely because really the partnership between seniors housing and a church is just such a wonderful synergy, and there's a real direction to intensify along Yonge with residential uses in order to support the existing commercial that's there.
all right. Well, I guess what I'm trying to get is the only viable way to do this is 9 stories, because it's the only way that this lease could perform satisfactorily for the parties. So that is the only way that the church can find a leasee, and the leasee, the only way they can undertake such a partnership is if they have 160 units. Business plan wise, it's the only way that they can move forward in such a way.
That is how I understand it, but I might ask Bob Murphy to come up.
Okay, we're straying away from what we should be doing this evening, which is really questions to the presentation that's been made, as opposed to what we haven't even got that far. That's long-term operational.
Did you consult the neighbors before today? You said this is the first time you've talked to the neighborhood?
So with respect to consultation, we actually, with the church, actually did a letterbox drop to surrounding neighbors just after Christmas to let them know that this application was coming. We've worked very closely with staff up to this point and kind of decided collectively that this would be the first point of community consultation, but that we would be open to meeting with the local neighborhood if there's a particular ratepayers association after this point to talk about the application further.
Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think regarding the official plan and zoning, and we often get developers or contractors wanting amendments to that, and I've said this before in public planning, and the reason why the province allows for an amendment process for the OP is to accommodate the current OP to be updated to the changing pressures of the time. If the province didn't allow amendments, then can you imagine the sprawl that we would have throughout Greater Toronto? You can't have a static OP and everyone go by that every 5-10 years because times change. But at the same time, I do believe that there needs to be the unique character of the municipalities and the local towns that need to be preserved, certainly. It brings me to my question. Regarding the economies of scale that's necessary to make it worthwhile for the builder, has it been considered to have the surface parking to be underground parking and use that space to lower the amount of floors?
Sorry, just so I'm clear on the question, Councillor, it's to remove the surface parking on Yonge and create additional underground parking?
Surface area, because there's nothing above it, you're just parking. So has it been considered to use that for building space, to create extra rooms in order to have that capacity and in exchange lower the amount of floors?
I can say at this point, no. But as I mentioned before, I think structurally the building could be designed to allow for future use of that space, either for commercial purposes or residential purposes. At this point, with the submission where we're at, because it was an existing condition and because we wanted to achieve a certain parking rate, that we've retained the parking space as is.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, again to Ms. Miller, has it also been considered? It's because the church has a nice 99-year lease that will help fund it for that period of time. Is it possible to have a 75-year lease and have a couple of fewer floors?
I might have to direct that question to a member of the church or the developer.
And that'll be it for now. So the church is essentially 2 stories, and then you have the steeple, which doesn't take up much space or sunlight. Has it been considered to reverse the positions and have? I know aesthetically it may not be so appealing because the church doesn't get the frontage, but have the church be close inwards towards Tyler and Temperance, and have the residents facing Yonge, so that there'll be a better angle for sunlight and the environment. Has that been considered?
I've been involved in this file for the last year. Since I've been involved, no, it hasn't. I think the intent of the site design was always to reflect the new church and in sort of the old church's position, and again create that terminus view along Moseley, create the landmark at Yonge and Tyler with the steeple there. Bob, I'm not sure. I'm right? Okay. Yeah, so no, it hasn't been contemplated at this time.
Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'm so excited that we're here, that something beautiful will happen in this location that's been bare since the tragic burning of the church. So I'm really excited that this is finally happening, and I think the entire community has been excited about that. obviously there's some concerns, and hopefully they will be worked out as the process goes through. And for the residents' sake, this is the first meeting, and I'm really encouraged by your comment earlier. Councillor Abel mentioned it, to have resident, developer, church meetings with the neighbors, because this is where you can really get into working together, I believe, and getting to those items that are worrying individuals. But just a couple of things. I know the partnership with, at the end of the day, Amica, that will be running or building the nursing home or running the nursing home or retirement center. The ideal would be 5+1 stories, which is part of our official plan, although there was mention about the 28-meter height, which doesn't seem 100% accurate. Although, I mean, it is accurate, just doesn't make sense. If there's anything, I'll just ask you to take it into consideration. If there's any potential at all to go down to the height level that is acceptable right now without a zoning or without an amendment, that would be fantastic. I don't know if there's any way to do that, I'm sure. It was considered in your planning for the last 24 months, but if there's anything at all, that would be fantastic. I do appreciate the building concept that was explained this evening in terms of the way it sort of layers inward, so it doesn't seem like there's a 9-story building right above you. Although, you know, again, it'd be great to have that. So just to consider that for yourselves and the developer, to think about doing whatever you can to reduce that. I guess there was a question about the number of units, and that's probably why it needs to be a viable venture. Again, but if there's anything out there they can do, I think it's incredible for the church to have the opportunity to have the lease. It assures the income needed to carry on with the church. That's very important, and encourage continuation without the financial burdens that are associated without having this type of partnership. So I recognize that very much. A few of my other concerns were mentioned. There's one thing someone mentioned about green space. There's no green space, but I understood there was a bit of a walkway from Yonge Street to Temperance between the church and the senior center or the retirement center, where residents will be able to walk through, whether they're just residents of the community or part of the residents' retirement center. Is that accurate? You can explain that just to make sure.
Yes, that is accurate. I could bring up a perspective again if you'd like to see it. But you're right. Off of Yonge, between the church building and the retirement building, there is a pedestrian space, sort of a large space that allows people to enter off of Yonge. We might need to go. No, back another one. We'll go to a perspective. No.
Front view.
Go back to the first view from Moseley.
The first view from Moseley?
Yeah.
Yeah.
First view. No. Yeah.
There?
Go back.
Okay, stop there.
Can you point to it?
There you go.
Just to the right of the smaller tower, there's a mews, between the church and the retirement home. So this is an open space
Right here.
with trees, and it's a way for people to get to the back door of the church. It doesn't go all the way down to Temperance because there's a 4-meter drop, but it is a pedestrian walkway, very spacious, lots of light and trees, to the back part of the church.
Is there a top-down view? Or?
Turn the mic. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's great. That's good to understand that, because there was some understanding that there wasn't much, probably as much as you can do in terms of this design. There was, I'm sorry, I know traffic was addressed. Sunshade for the residents that are concerned. You know, are they going to lose sun with the height of the building? Will that type of study be done or work be done, or has that been done?
Done. They were submitted along with our planning application, and they're available for anyone who'd like to have a look at them at the planning office.
perfect. That's important for the residents that are, that's going to impact them very much. Okay, I think that's it. In terms of the design for me, it's beautiful. It's inviting. One of the things, I love historic buildings. I love heritage buildings. But what I love about this is someone mentioned churches, stunningly beautiful old churches. The doors are shut, and you always wonder what's going on behind the beautiful building. Well, I think the young people were mentioning this. It's inviting, and you can see what's going on, and it's welcoming, and you want to go in. And I think that's a big change for us to get used to. It's another change. And the stained glass windows, my mother-in-law, who was christened there, and her mother was married there before, so probably one of the more senior members of the church, asked about those stained glass windows, those who were saved. And I did mention to her that tonight the public meeting will be shared, that those are going to be pretty much featured in the glass going through. So that was really important to her. And in terms of the look of the church, she's really excited about it, and she's hoping she'll be able to see this happen. So in terms of that, again, just the height for me is, if there's anything you can do there with the developer, I think would really help with the community. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Tom.
Thank you, Mayor Don. Thank you for coming out. A couple of my questions have been answered, so I won't go back into them. But one of the questions that Councillor Marakis had was on the height of the building. It was mentioned that 9 stories was chosen because the institutional zoning actually allows for a 28-meter height for a building. I talked with Mr. Ramuno. He confirmed that this will actually be the tallest building in Aurora if it's passed. The institutional zoning is the only zoning in Aurora that I believe that has a 9-story, 28-meter height, and it's been around since the 70s. And my reading into this is that the institutional zoning was given 28 meters in height to allow for church spires to be built on churches, and not necessarily for buildings, but nevertheless, here we are. So I just wanted to maybe clear that up. I'm not sure if you're aware of that or not. But the interesting thing about the institutional zoning is that the institutional zoning only covers a portion of the subject lands, as you guys know. So you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the institutional zoning, when you combine the residential properties or the house properties with the old church lot, 60% of the total property is currently zoned institutional, and the rest is zoned commercial. Is that accurate or close? Is it
somewhere around there, 70-30?
And when you look at a bird's eye view of the subject lands with the current zoning, the church structure that you have currently designed, which I think looks quite nice, is on the institutional portion, and the retirement home portion is more centered on what's currently zoned commercial. So again, it's not, you mentioned that as a right currently, the property has a 28-meter height maximum, which is true for the institutional portion, but it's not true for the broader property. And so I think that we should understand that moving forward as well. And again, so that's where I think the 9-story came in. If you could correct, if it's just the stepping back and stuff, but I think that's probably the main driving force, but maybe you can let me know.
My understanding of the institutional zoning, you're correct, it does allow for 28 meters, but your zoning bylaw excludes steeples and bell towers from that height bylaw. The 9 stories came about because we could not satisfy the building program for the retirement home at the same time that we were trying to meet the setback requirements of the promenade plan. Earlier versions of this were shorter, and in consultation with Sarah, we agreed that to try and provide more setback on the Temperance Street frontage and to try and more closely approximate the spirit of the promenade plan, we stepped it back, and what we ended up with was a 9th floor. It's an 8th floor from Yonge Street. It's a 9th floor from Temperance Street. In either case, it is very far set back from either street, and as I said in my presentation earlier, it only constitutes 20% of the overall site. The ninth floor is about 5,800 square feet on a 50,000 square foot lot. So it is a high tier on the wedding cake, and it resulted from trying to meet other requirements. We didn't set out to build a 9-story building.
Councillor?
Thank you, Mayor Don. Thank you for your answer, and that's all I have for you. Thank you very much.
Councillor Perry?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. As we're all sitting around the table, we know that really public planning meetings are an opportunity for us to hear from the public and for the applicants to hear from the public. So I will only say that I trust and I hope that you've heard the public here tonight, and you'll take their comments into consideration moving forward. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Most of my questions have been answered, and really it revolved around the relationship between the Amica and the church. But just with regards to Amica, and I'm not sure whether the developer needs to come back up, or perhaps you can answer it. But some residents also asked in terms of what type of nursing home or retirement home would this be? I know Amica has a variety of different models. They have a sort of mature lifestyle, retirement home, nursing home. So perhaps somebody can shed a little light on what the intention of this building is.
Are continuum of care neighborhoods. They span a range of services and accommodation for people of varying needs. So we would have independent living, memory care, assisted living, all occupying different floors of the building, different care model, different staffing, different accommodations. In addition to those individual neighborhoods or floors, we have an extensive resident amenity offering, commercial kitchen, dining rooms, bistros, pools, lounge, fitness, yoga. All of that is available on the lower floors of the building.
Thank you. So it sounds like in some cases the residents will have mobility, they'll be free to come and go, where others may need assisted care. And so I appreciate that. So that kind of helps understand some of the questions that are related to traffic and parking and so forth.
Care facility, we're not licensed for that. We do not provide care and services beyond a certain mandated level.
And then my second question really has to do with the timeline, and I'm not sure if Sarah can put back on the graph in terms of their stages throughout the year of what they'd like to accomplish. I think we're all aware that it's been essentially 3 years since, almost 3 years since we lost the church, and I'm sure the church and the congregation is quite anxious to see the church built. I'm sure it's been impactful in many ways to them. But in looking at your timelines, you spoke before about this sort of being the beginning of community engagement. Can I assume that you've put sufficient time to work through this process, both with the community as well as the town, and addressing concerns, and still be able to meet your timelines that you've put out here?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we're here tonight to hear from the community. We have heard from both community and council. Part of tonight is taking away what we've heard and seeing what we can do to respond to that and the staff comments we've received, and we're still working through. Additional ratepayers meetings, the Heritage Committee meeting, all of those will continue over the next year.
Thank you very much. That closes this portion of the meeting. Thank you very much, Robert. Thank you, Sarah, for your answers and for your insight. Council, we'll move to the report. So we'll put that on the floor, please. Councillor Tom? Well, we can just put this on the floor. Oh, you don't need, we're actually going to discuss the report at this point. So you don't have to, if those who are still in, we are not totally finished on this application. I apologize. Sorry. You thought you were going to escape, didn't you? Or maybe you wanted to escape. If someone would please put the report on the floor. Councillor Kim, Councillor Humphreys. Councillor Peary, do you want to put that on as option 1? Wishes to come back to it as a public planning meeting? Councillor Humphries? Okay. I've got Councillor Zabel and Maracas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And first of all, I just want to say I'm absolutely thrilled to see that the church is being built again. I am just so excited for the congregation. It was a huge loss, and I like the design and what they've taken in. I like the fact that the group has worked very hard. Some of us are closer to the process than others, and so you know, United Church has waited long enough, and they're anxious to move forward. So I'm just so, like some here, we're very excited to see that this is coming forward. The fact that they're partnering and making a sustainable model is also prudent and shows a well thought out plan. And I would like again to commend them for that. Part of the process is working with your neighborhood and the town. And my position has always been, and I can't speak for everyone, but if the town is satisfied and the residents are satisfied, then I am always in full support. If the concerns are brought up, then the next stage, I'm in support of moving forward, that the concerns get addressed, and that you come back and we can move on and get this project going. So I think it's very important that community has got the buy-in for this. We know the congregation has got the buy-in because it's time. It has been time. And it took them a while to move to get a partnership and to get a sustainable model. And I can't imagine the impact that has on the congregation, because people move on and things, they lose that momentum. So it's really important that we support the model that has been brought forward. And it does support so many other things that we want to see in our downtown with the seniors and things. You know, we have seniors centers on Yonge Street, so we know it's a good, viable plan with Park Manor and Hollingsview. We know the reasons why we should have and encourage these. It's well brought out, so it's just fabulous. The only concern, and it's loud and clear, is the size and the scale of the building. So I do want to see that sort of addressed, and before I can move forward and support that, I think it's very important that we bring that massing to be appropriate for what we have in that downtown area. So those are my only thoughts. The only thing I want to make clear is that if I'm being pinned, and it's unfortunate, I almost get the opinion, I was always told don't mix religion and politics. I mean, but here we are. We have no choice. The fact that I'm trying to indicate that the massing should be brought down in no way reflects that I'm against this project or against the church. And I don't think it's fair to say that if I don't support 9 stories and I'm not in support of the church, that can't be anything further from the truth. My concern is that it's buy-in from everyone, the residents, the neighbors, and the congregation, and that way we can celebrate and move forward. And that's basically what community and what we're doing as our role, or I see it as our role as a councillor. So those are my thoughts going forward.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Marcus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know what, I'll start off with some of the good things. I think we can all agree that we'd love to see the church back where it should be. You know, I look at the design. I'm not opposed to the modern look. I think it actually looks really, really good. I like the fact that the stained glass has been incorporated. I think having the seniors within our downtown and giving them a place within the downtown core, I think helps revitalize the downtown and helps with everything that we're looking to do. You know, making it more pedestrian friendly. I think all of that is a lot of good stuff. But I'll get to my concerns. My concerns are the height. I've sat here now for just over 2 years with all of you, and I've said every time we come to this public planning meeting, the OP and our zoning, we need to be flexible with it. Yes, 100%, I agree. But there's two items that I think are the most important things when we look at any application that speaks to how unique our community is the height and the density. Now, this area is meant for intensification, and so, you know what? That's not the issue here. The issue is the height. And in all good conscience, I can't support a 9-story building in our downtown core when our promenade plan speaks to 5, possibly with +1, so a 6-story building. You know, if we look at this in isolation, we can say we'll do this one, but we all know that it would set a precedent if we allow 9 stories, and there'll be a ripple effect right across the town in the core, and we would end up with building after building. I don't want that for this town. I don't think anyone in this town wants to see high towers right across the downtown core. And so I think it's our responsibility, even though I think that all of us would support this if it came in within our OP. I think it's important that we do our job, which is to uphold our official plan. And I know I talk about that all the time, but I think it's important that we do that. Because we always hear, we've heard from the applicant, they've come in, they said that, you know, we're respecting the OP, we're trying to meet the intent of the OP. I have yet to hear someone come in and say that we've designed something that actually is what your OP says. And so I think it's important that we have a limit on that height and stick to it within our town. You know, and I know there's a need for change. We've heard that, you know, and things change and we evolve and we move forward. And I've said this before, and I'll throw it out there one more time, is if we look south of the border to Washington, I know right now not too many people are thrilled with Washington considering who's there running it, but they have a height restriction. They've had that height restriction since 1906. They don't have a problem with vacancies. They're flourishing. And there's a reason, you know, there's a reason why they've kept that limit, because that's what makes them unique. And so I don't want to lose that identity here in Aurora. This is what makes us unique, is what our downtown core looks like. So unless there's a change in the height of the retirement building, I can't see myself allowing for approval on this application moving forward. But if that height comes in and a change, and the proponent and, you know, hears us and hears the residents and makes those changes that are necessary, I'll be in full support of this moving forward at that point.
Councillor Tom.
Thank you, Mayor Daw. I'm going to start off with what's good as well. And I just want to say right off the bat, too, I think a couple comments I heard from some of the residents that came out, and obviously I appreciate everyone coming forward and speaking, was somehow that the construction of a church building is somehow non-inclusive. I thought that was a bit bizarre, because I think, for me, I'm not a member of the United Church. The United Church has got to be one of the most inclusive Christian churches there is. I mean, it doesn't get more inclusive than the United Church. So, and they've been a pillar of our community for over a century. So I'm certainly happy to welcome this new development. I think it's an excellent design, and conceptually, I'm right there. I think the elements that were incorporated into the architecture from the historic building are kind of neat. Architecture, like art, is subjective, so I think, you know, there's always room for people to have their own opinions on that. But I think by and large, the kind of concept of the design for me is bang on. My big issue, like Councillor Marakis, is the height. I can't say that more forcefully. The height of the retirement residence for me is too big. But I think that the proponents have made clear that they are willing to work with the town to mitigate some of the issues that they talked about with respect to unit count and some of the reasons why they went to 9 stories. So I think if we can move forward on that issue, that could be a big, for me, stepping stone to seeing this project moving forward. So I think for this area, the 9 stories is too much. Again, closer to the 5 or the 5+1 for me is something I'm a lot more comfortable with. But again, that's something that can be fleshed out during the process to see what designs the proponent can come back with and what concessions we might be able to offer them in order to get the massing and the height down to a level that's more amenable to the community and to the town and to everyone, quite frankly. But and then someone also mentioned with respect to the architectural style, which I think for me is pretty good. I think I forget who it was. They said that the architectural style should celebrate and make reference to the previous design. I think that's what we're looking for here. I think it already does that to an extent. Maybe there's ways to make it do that a little bit better. But I think what's been presented is quite good because you can't mimic an old building. You can't rebuild an old building. It doesn't really work that way. In the end, it doesn't really get to what you intended to make in the first place anyhow. So, and our official plan actually speaks to that, as the proponent mentioned. So again, for me, to wrap it up, the height is the biggest the biggest roadblock for me moving forward, but it looks like we'll be able to work with the applicant to mitigate that in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Tom. Councillor Humphreys, Thompson, Kim, Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and a lot of what I was going to say has been said. I'm in agreement with my peers very much. Beautiful, beautiful building. I am so looking forward to this coming to fruition. We do have the concern of the height, and you've heard it how many times? I think you're tired of hearing it already, but I'm sure that you will come back with something that we can live with for sure. And I think the residents will be thrilled. I can't wait to celebrate. So let's make it happen really fast, come back really quickly, because we really want to move forward and have this beautiful building back and where we can celebrate it. So that's all for me, Mr. Mayor. I'm really in support of the plan overall, other than the height. And if we get that looked after, I think we can move forward.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, and I mean, I'll echo the comments with regards to being happy to see the application finally come before us. I think we all miss the church being there. I certainly applaud them for finding a partner to help bring it about to fruition. But I do share some of the concerns with regards to the height restriction. I mean, we've had a number of applications come before us recently asking for 10 stories, and we've pushed back on all of those. And so there is a concern of setting precedents and being consistent, and so I share that concern. I think the one thing I'd like for us to keep in mind as well is that it has been 3 years for the church that they've tried to manage. They are in a temporary location, and I think that they are trying to move this project forward as quickly as they can, doing all the proper steps. And if it does go, as the motion says, to another future public planning meeting, I want to make sure that there's no undue delays. I think that, yes, it's important to have community engagement. Yes, it's important to address all the issues, but if there's anything that we can do to keep moving this process along forward as quickly as possible, I think it's important for us, because, this isn't just a situation where the church is trying to rebuild the church. They have a partnership arrangement with, another party, and I just hate to see any unnecessary delays jeopardize that relationship. And so I think that needs to be kept in mind, that if it does go to a future public planning meeting, let's try and make sure that what needs to happen happens, but in an expedited way.
Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I haven't lived in Aurora as long as many of those who spoke earlier. But I also came to Aurora because it's peaceful and it's very very community oriented, and you don't see that many high rises, and that community feel, and you get that community feel by your physical surroundings, and that's a big important facet of why we live here and how we feel. I think this is a very challenging and difficult situation, a decision that we face, because unlike other planning meetings where we have developers wanting to build an empty lot or land, and the residents aren't even here yet. But in this situation, we have residents on both sides, and it's our job to be objective and rational and look at the big picture as well as the micro picture. It's been said that you build one large structure that it can set the precedent for others. I'm not 100% convinced of that, but that could happen. As Mr. Miller or Robert had mentioned, that we've known all along that exemptions to the OP happens when it's demonstrated that there are benefits to the town and its residents. Unfortunately, not every resident is going to get their wish it's going to be, someone's going to be unhappy, or everyone's going to be unhappy to a certain degree. So it's going to be one of those decisions. I think, you know, one of the things I was thinking about as I was reading this is that, you know, people complain about high cost of housing. We can't afford, our children can't buy a home when they're of age, or they currently cannot. We hear the same issue with seniors' residences. There's a lack of supply. So there is an actual need for these services, and those are the things that you know, I think I have to consider as well. You know, that said, you know, I don't want. I'm not satisfied at all when even one resident goes home unhappy, and I do feel that given the two parties here, given what I've heard, I think there is going to be something that will evolve with this original plan, and I'm very hopeful. I am concerned about the height as well. It's not my perfect height, and I would like it, it's my preference to have it lowered as well, ideally within our OP standards. And I hope that we can find an agreeable height that everyone can live with, because clearly either one side's going to be happy, one side's going to be unhappy, or both sides are going to be slightly unhappy. But I'm happy to move it forward to public planning. I think that's what Councillor Pirie put forth earlier, and so I'm very ecstatic with the plan that's been put out here, and I look forward to a new United Church coming forth in the next couple of years.
Councillor Pirie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and building on Councillor Kim's thoughts, I'm sure that there are some people praying that this move forward and some people praying that it not. So the big guy upstairs is going to have a tough decision on this one. So I guess I'm going to play devil's advocate on this just a little bit, and through you to Mr. Ramuno, Mr. Mayor. We've all said we don't like the height, but there is an institutional allotment for 28 meters, and that's what they're coming in at. So hypothetically, if the proponents wanted to come in on the portion of the site that is 28 meters and put in a building that is technically 7 stories tall or 6 stories tall, but just has really high ceilings, would they be allowed in that circumstance to move forward at the height that's currently allowed for, or do we have some provisions that stop, that limit the height of stories?
Mr. Ramuno.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. As we heard, I mean, you're correct. A portion of the site has that institutional zone, and under our bylaw, the maximum height is 28 meters. And the uses permitted are places of worship and institutional uses like a senior. So theoretically, technically, the proponent could come in with a 28 meter high building, provided it's solely within that portion of the zoned institutional site. It would still require site plan approval, and it would have to be considered by council to ensure it's appropriately designed and it's compatible, etc. But technically, under the zoning bylaw, that institutional portion that we've seen does permit both uses that are being proposed at a maximum height of 28 meters. Of course, they require the official plan amendment and the zoning really to tailor the development that they've proposed, because portion of the land has the C2 zoning, which permits maximum of 5-story, and a broad range of commercial uses is permitted within that C2 zone within the promenade.
Councillor Perry? So I think the point I just wanted to make is that I agree that what we're looking at right now is not appropriate, but under the plans that we have in place, 28 meters on at least a portion of the property would be entirely within our zoning bylaw. They might be able to do it in less stories, but the height is the height. And for me, the question, the number of stories is sort of irrelevant. It's the height that a building operates within. So if somebody wanted to build, technically speaking, a 1-story building that is 28 meters tall and just have huge, beautiful cathedral ceilings, that would be allowed for within our zoning bylaw. And I think Again, I think that the planners have heard us, they've heard the residents. Some changes do need to be made to the plan, but I think it's important for us to remember what is actually allowed for within this zoning. And again, it's not accounting for the entire site, but just as a reminder, I think it's something that's important for all of us to keep in mind as we're talking about this. And you know, I think there's more work to be done. I look forward to seeing the work that takes place, but just wanted to play devil's advocate when we're talking about the construction of a church. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perry. Councillor Maracas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Councillor Perry, while it is allowed under our zoning, that is not the plan that's in front of us today. So, respectfully. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Ramuno, it speaks to going to the Heritage Advisory Committee. Will this be going to the Design Review Panel as well?
Mr. Ramuno?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it will. We have the proposal scheduled for our Heritage Advisory Committee in April, and it will also be presented to our design panel prior to that meeting. For their
Thank you, Mr. Ramuno. I kind of just wanted to touch a little bit about what Councillor Thompson mentioned about delaying the application. I don't think any one of us want to delay the application. I don't, and I'm pretty sure no one here, and we've all heard each other, and no one wants to do that. So maybe through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Ramuno, sending it to another public planning meeting, will that delay the process? If we sent it to a GC, would that help within the timelines? Because just to throw it out there, if it goes to GC, I think we've all said that the proponent has heard loud and clear what the residents want, what council wants. I'm comfortable in saying that if this goes to GC, if that helps speed up the timelines, but if those concerns aren't met at GC, well then I wouldn't be approving it. So I'm comfortable in having it go to GC if it helps with the timelines and helps speed up the process.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I mean, that is an option. However, my suggestion is, considering that, the direction is for the applicant to go back to try and make some changes. We'll work with them to try and schedule them on the next available public planning meeting. But from my understanding is they may also want to hold their own community meeting with the residents. However, we can get them onto a public planning meeting. It may take them, whether it's next month or 2 months down the road. So we'll definitely work with the applicant and the community at large.
Councillor?
So thank you. So if I'm hearing you correctly, it's not going to make a difference one way or the other, realistically.
Mr. Miller?
So, Mayor, in my opinion, no, and I suggest we continue on with bringing it back to another public planning meeting. Because, again, we expect to probably hear from members of the public, and this is the forum.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. It's 10 o'clock. Yeah, 10:30. This is certainly one of the longer public planning meetings we've experienced. One of the longer ones, I said. I think it's been a very good discussion. It's my opinion that this is this concept is the right concept in the right place at the right time. I had the unfortunate experience of watching, as many people here did, of watching the old church burn down, and I very much look forward to the new church being built. I believe that the group, the consulting group, has heard the concerns of council in terms of the massing, of overpowering what is currently a very, very well-established neighborhood. And I do believe that they will take that under advisement and see how we can work with that. So I very much look forward to this coming back to our next public planning meeting, and I'm very excited that we will be moving forward with this, and I believe we will be moving forward expeditiously. All in favor of the resolution on the floor, please. Opposed? That is carried. Now United Churchers may leave. Feel free to stay, but you may leave. We do have another application, and we'll just take wait for a minute for the Council of Chambers to clear. Okay, Mr. Ramuno, if I could invite you back. Okay, if you're leaving the chambers, if I could ask you to, we have another application we would like to deal with. We're now dealing with report PBS 17-022. Mr. Ramuno, please.
So nice, the priest. Yeah, the priest. He left now.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, Marty Rokas, our planner, will provide an overview of the application. Again, this application, the zoning amendment application, was before council back in December 2015, and the direction was for the applicant to address concerns heard at that meeting and bring it back to another public planning meeting. And the applicant is here with his planner, Mr. Mike Manette.
Thank you, Mr. Ramuno, Mayor, members of council. This is an application for a zoning bylaw amendment by Nunzio Grassi. It's at 7, 15, and 19 Cousins Drive, and the file number is ZBA 2015-12. There we go. All right. I got it. So as Mr. Ramuno was saying, this is coming back to a second public planning meeting. The first one was in December of 2015. There have been some minor changes to the proposal, but it is still for the same number of lots and the same number of houses. Right now on the subject lands, there are 3 houses on 3 lots. There's the existing 2-story house closest to Yonge Street next to the gas station, and a couple of older houses next to that. The owner is proposing to demolish those 2 houses and build 4 new houses, and each of those new houses would have an at-grade double-car garage and a driveway from Cousins. Consent application will be required in the future, and that is to divide those lots up and create 2 new lots. And that would be, so you'd have 5 lots for the 5 total houses. We would go from 3 houses to 5. To get into the details, there are 3 basic things that are being asked for in terms of a change. The first is the lot frontage. The existing minimum lot frontage is 15 meters. That proposed change is to make it 10.4 meters for each of the lots. The interior side yard, right now it depends on the height, whether it's 1 story or 2. It's varying 1.2 meters and for the side yard to 1.5 meters. The proposal is to have all of the 2-story houses have a side yard of 1.2 meters, and this is the change. The exception would be the house on the east side facing an existing house next door. That would have the 1.5 meter required setback for the 2-story house, which is what is in the bylaw right now. The third thing that was, and this is added as well, this is something that wasn't in the previous application. It was requested as a change. There's an existing shed at the back of the existing house, the 2-story house, and it has non-complying side and rear yards. So that has been asked to be included into this application to make those yards comply, to basically legalize them. The property is located on the south side of Cousins Drive. You can see Yonge Street over to the left on the west side with the mostly commercial uses along Yonge Street. And on the north, east, and south of the subject lands are residential properties. Getting into policy context, as with any application, this is being reviewed for consistency with the provincial policy statement, the provincial growth plan for places to grow, the Lake Simcoe protection plan, the York Region and Town of Aurora official plans, and the zoning bylaw. The properties are located in the stable neighborhoods designation, and it is intended to protect the area from incompatible forms of development and to allow the area to evolve and be enhanced over time. That's wording out of our official plan, and basically it means that there is infill development that can happen in existing neighborhoods, and there can be additional units being brought into existing neighborhoods as long as it meets official plan policies with respect to compatibility and those kinds of issues. Single detached and semi-detached and townhouse dwellings are all permitted in the stable neighborhoods designation. So the subject lands are in red, the yellow designation is the stable neighborhoods, and the blue and light purple along Yonge Street are the mostly commercial uses and mixed-use uses in the Aurora Promenade. The properties are zoned an R2 detached dwelling, second density residential, and that does allow for single detached residential, and the proposed zoning amendment, I talked about earlier, is for an exception to the R2 zone. And same with the previous map, the subject lands are in red. The surrounding residential is all R2, and the C2 and C3 commercial zones are along Yonge Street. The concept plan is largely similar to what was presented at the last public meeting in 2015. The existing house that is proposed to be retained is in white, and the 4 new houses that are proposed are in the shaded with the diagonal lines. You can also see the shed at the back, the southwest corner of the property, in behind the existing house. And you can't really tell at this scale, but the lot setback on the east side is that slightly larger 1.5 meter setback. And these are the elevations. These are actually a little bit different from what is in the council report. The council report was prepared, it is prepared well in advance of the meeting, and since the report was prepared, these revised elevations were submitted by the applicant. And the main difference is the house on the right, that's the westerly house. That was a below-grade garage with 2 stories above it, and that has been changed to a more conventional at-grade garage built into the first story with a second floor above. Other than that, the conceptual elevations are the same as what is in the report. We're working with the applicant, and some of the staff comments include what we're looking at is conformity to the official plan policies and the stable neighborhoods designation. We also have some comments on grading and servicing, looking for some more information on those issues, and the details of the zoning provisions. I've received quite a few public comments since this got circulated to the interested parties for this application. And this is just a very brief summary of some of those comments, and I'm sure anyone who comes up will expand on those more. But people have commented on lot frontage, the density, the width of the lots and the density, the number of units compared to what's there now, the parking, potential traffic issues, and the style, size, and massing of the houses in relation to what is surrounding them. There were also more comments that were received at the previous public planning meeting, which are summarized and listed in the council report. To conclude, staff will work with the applicant to finalize outstanding technical matters and as well as comments received here at the public planning meeting, and a comprehensive report with recommendations and options will be presented at a future general committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. Sir.
Good evening, members of council and mayor and the residents who are attending as well. My name is Michael Manette, and I am the planning consultant for the application. I just wanted to clarify right up front that there was, I believe, one error in in the staff information. I think the lot frontage at 10.5 is only for the retained house. The other lots are all 11.3. So the proposed bylaw would be in recognition of the fact, I think the 10.4 that's listed as the minimum would not be applicable to all the new houses. It would only be applicable to the existing house. And also to note, if we can put back up the site plan, just so we can keep that up. The existing house is narrower at the front where the frontage is, and it widens out it to the back, you'll note. So although you have a narrower frontage, it's also the largest lot being proposed. With respect to the comments, we recognize that the neighbors have a concern about the number of lots, and I think that was expressed to us at the last meeting. With the greatest of respect, this is a modest intensification immediately within the block next to Yonge Street and next to the Esso station. Many of the issues you heard in the earlier proposal, there are some similarities to the fact that this is near Yonge Street. This is a modest intensification. You may have been hearing in the news recently, in the last 6 weeks at least, there's been many reports on the lack of single-family residential lots in the GTA. What this proposal is doing is maintaining the built form as single-family residential within the town of Aurora, which is a growing municipality. It will be providing some modest intensification with additional single-family residential lots. The built form is in total compliance with the bylaw requirements with respect to height, coverage. The built form is a two-story single-family residential, which is certainly compatible with the neighborhood, and the term compatibility is defined in the official plan. The compatibility doesn't mean that the new houses have to be exactly the same, but the built form should be single-family residential. In my opinion, this application is in full compliance with the official plan. So what we're asking for is a zoning bylaw amendment that deals only with the frontage of the lot, not the lot area, because the lots are certainly meet the requirements for the lot size. The setbacks that we're asking for, we're maintaining a setback of 1.5 meters to the existing house to the east, and the reduced setbacks are only between the proposed new houses to reduce to 1.2, which is a standard two-story setback for single-family residential in most of the GTA and the newer communities, and that's considered. The proposed lot sizes are relatively generous single-family lot sizes today. 11.3 meters equates to 37.7 feet, and certainly in the modern times, that as a single-family residential lot is very common and is actually considered a reasonably large-sized lot. So if you look at the current neighborhood, this is an older neighborhood, there is new development happening. 2 new houses are going up on the street to the south. They're large houses on larger lots. These are less large houses on less large lots, but still compatible with the community. It's adding investment into the community by maintaining new single-family house forms. As you saw on the chart, the stable residential designation allows for townhouse development. There have been many townhouse proponents who've approached the owner for this particular property. In my view, it wouldn't be unexpected to have a development of this type come in at a townhouse development, which would allow a large townhouse with 8 units on the same size piece of property immediately adjacent to Yonge Street. The chances are that at the end of the day that might get approved. The owner here is not interested in doing townhouses. He wants to maintain single-family residential development in the neighborhood, and I believe from a planning point of view this makes sense. It's very modest intensification. The lot sizes are not large, are not small lots as have been indicated by some of the residents. I've read all the concerns raised by the residents. There should be no parking issue. The standard parking of a 2-car garage with a driveway with additional parking spaces on it is being maintained. There is no traffic issue with the amount of traffic generated from an additional 1 or 2 homes. That's not even something you could measure with a traffic study, so certainly one wouldn't be required in support of the so-called traffic And of course, the traffic generated from a single-family house is very limited in any case. So in my view, from a planning point of view, this certainly makes sense. The design of the houses that you're seeing before you today are just examples of what could be developed. These are not the proposed houses for the properties. The houses, if there are 4 lots created through a consent application, which still has to be forwarded through the Committee of Adjustment, individual lots will come in with individual houses through building permits. They may be done by one developer builder, or they could be sold in individual lots would be built by individual owners, and they could be custom designed homes on each lot. So these are just to show that if we, based on the zoning we're asking for, which is only for the lot frontage and the side yards for some of the homes, these are representative of what could be built. So in my opinion, and I would request council to consider this as a reasonable form of development at this particular location, and the number of lots should not be an issue. I don't think this is increase in density. It's not really a density issue because these are all single-family residential homes. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. I think with respect to the comments I've read, I've tried to address those issues. Some people may not like the new houses coming in next to the bungalows, but the bungalows are the old style of housing, and I would suggest that based on the value of lots in the GTA, bungalows are likely to be replaced by 2-story homes in any case at some point in the future. So what we're asking for here is certainly reasonable within the context of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll now open it up. Members of the public, if you would come up to the podium, please. You have 5 minutes. If you would give us your name and your address, please.
My name is Terry Miller. I reside at 2 Cameron Avenue, corner of Cousins and Cameron. Mr. Mayor, members of council, ladies and gentlemen, Marilyn and I are bewildered in attempting to understand why we're all here in these chambers, once again discussing the Grossi application to put 4 more homes. If you think back 15 months and think back in all of your memories, with the exception of maybe Sandra wasn't here, but I left the room on December 15th where you all said you weren't going to support 5 houses on 4 lots. You asked Mr. Grossi and his planner to come back with something, a different suggestion. And what we got to know tonight was, wow, we got 281 millimeters added to the eastern perimeter of the property in the setback, and we took away the reverse grade driveways. It appears once again that this owner and planner have come back expecting this town to just give them what they want, even though they were asked to go away and come up with a different plan. I think tonight is a bit of an insult to the mayor and council and the town of Aurora and the immediate neighborhood, some of whom are here. As to why this applicant should not be granted everything he wants, think of all the other owners and neighbors who, in the last 10 years or so, undertook projects in the Southwest R2 quadrant. A recent drive-around survey in the area from Yonge, east to the GO tracks, and from Wellington south to Dunning showed, please listen to the statistics here, 14 former homes that were demolished and replaced with a new home on a 1-to-1 replacement. 1 house on 1 existing lot. 8 homes were gutted to the bare stick lumber frame and then totally rebuilt. And there's been 2 or 3 of those on Mosley between Victoria and the town park, one across from the town park. And the majority of those are on the same footprint with a minor addition, in some cases a minor addition to the rear. By the way, I include Wells Street school lofts in that count because the footprint was maintained with only a services penthouse added to the structure. 2 projects increase living space in the neighborhood by adding a 2nd story. Point is, 24 projects that complied with maybe only slight variations to planning and zoning. So, once again, why should this application go forward when it's the same thing as December 2015 when that was turned down and there has been no concessions made? If this application goes forward in its present state, then the floodgates will be open to anyone who wants to do whatever they want, and the town will not be in a position to turn down similar applications based on the precedent you'd be setting with this application. Case in point, where we live at the corner of Cameron and Cousins, the front of our home faces Cameron with a large side yard beside the home. And that block of Cameron, it's a developer's dream. Sever the lots of my neighbors and me and put 2 homes per lot for a total of 8 on 4. It wouldn't be as packed in as 5 on 3, but hey, down the road with the province wanting density, why not make the 4 into 16 or so and add semis or townhomes and make it like the area my wife and I moved from just north of here in Bayview Wellington development. I can assure you, if this application proceeds just as it is tonight, with no reduction in the scope of plan, I'd be happy to be amongst the first at the front of the line to ask for a severance for 2 homes in our lot. And what would be the difference? I ask you. Precedent would be set. If you grant this with 5 on 3, I should be able to, would have a strong case for 2 on 1. In summary, Mayor and I recommend that this application be dismissed in its entirety and that the town only consider an application from Mr. Grossi at such time as he chooses to take direction from the town, which hasn't happened in the last 15 months, and proposes 2 additional homes on 2 lots, and that the lot boundaries be equalized to create 3 evenly spaced lots total, to close the unsightly gap between his residence and the 2 new homes, and any new builds and property line revisions be according to the rules as set forth in our official plan and the bylaws of Aurora. And lastly, while I'm still, and that concludes what I had to say this round, but I would like to add that I reject the argument of the planner, in this case, talking about comparing this neighborhood, an older neighborhood. Yes, I recognize there's change. I think I said last time, I drove Empress Street in North York for 8 years and saw 70% of the homes come down with wartime homes, with larger homes go in, as you're
Sir,
proposing.
could I ask you to wrap it up, please?
But all of those places were 1 for 1, and I sort of take exception to comparison of GTA to this part of Aurora's neighborhood. Thank you.
Other speakers, please.
Mr. Mayor and Council, I appreciate this opportunity to speak on this topic tonight. My name is Brian Peck, and my wife and I live at 35 Cousins Drive with our 3 children. Given the very strong opposition voiced by both the residents and council at the last planning meeting, as Terry's just alluded to, I was very surprised and frankly disappointed to see that the latest rendition submitted for consideration, since it is essentially the same proposal with some minor tweaks, or what's commonly characterized as putting lipstick on a pig. Unfortunately, and I hope I'm wrong about this, but it appears that this builder is just toying with the town and this council, hoping that with the passage of time, in this case over a year, and by making some insignificant changes, the town will overlook the fundamental issues and concerns that were clearly articulated in the past, i.e. that there are too many houses being proposed and that the houses do not in any way conform to the design, look, and feel of other houses in the neighborhood. So I understand that it probably complies with the letter of the law and the bylaws, but you just have to look at that streetscape and I guess the slide we showed at the last meeting that shows that these houses don't look anything like anything else on the street and just stand out like sore thumbs. Council and the Cousins Drive residents and other residents in the neighborhood We're very clear at the last meeting that submitted proposal was unacceptable for a number of reasons, including the following. All of the proposed houses are very similar in concept and design and do not align with the current streetscape. The lots are too narrow and the density is too high. 4 new 37-foot lots where there should be 3 50-foot lots. The houses are too high in the case of 1 Cousins Drive and now the proposed 9 Cousins Drive. They're essentially 3-story houses masquerading as 2-story dwellings. They're just much higher than anything else in the neighborhood. Also, the requests for variances are unreasonable. 37-foot lots versus 50-foot lots is a 13-foot reduction for each lot. And as one of the councilors here, and I'm sorry I don't remember which one it was, but he astutely pointed out that at the last meeting that the side variances need to be multiplied by 5 to see what is really being requested. So a seemingly small variance for each house, at least at that time, was closer to a 20-foot variance when multiplied out. Lastly, the town advised the builder that sunken driveways do not conform to the street or to Aurora building in general. Yet, from what the plan that I saw, it may have been changed. The proposed 9 Cousins Drive still has this anomaly, which also increases its height. To summarize, I ask that this council take a hard line and once again push back on this new proposal, since very little regard or respect was given to the town and the residents' previous input, particularly in regard to the number of dwellings and the non-conforming nature of the house designs. In my view, building 5 houses on what was originally 3 lots should be a non-starter and summarily dismissed without further consideration of any other aspects of the proposal. I understand that the builder is trying to maximize his profits, and I support residents' right to renovate or even replace their homes with new ones. However, this should not be done at the expense of the neighborhood, the street, or by extension, the town of Aurora as a whole. In light of the continuing shortcomings of the new proposal, I believe much additional scrutiny needs to be applied by the town, and as such, I respectfully ask this council to once again turn this proposal back to the builder to make some significant changes, to make some of the significant changes still required. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peck. Council, I need a motion to extend. Councillor Tom, Councillor Kim, all in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Other speakers, please.
My name is Jean-Marc Landlet. I reside at 12 Cousins Drive. I'm not going to repeat a lot of what has been already said. What I would say is I definitely do not see any changes to this new proposal. Just like somebody said, like put lipstick on a pig, that's exactly what we got. I think that's a good representation, as a matter of fact. Also, from what the presentation tonight, this is not the final design that we're looking at here. It could be something else should be up there. So something else could be happening. What are we accepting here? That's the question that I did not see yet. Okay? That's what he said this evening. We don't know what is going on those lots. All they're asking for is for the lot change, 3 lots, and you're going to build 5 homes on it. That should not be. It's one-on-one. This is why we purchase homes on these streets, not to be compacted like sardines. Okay? That's all I have to say. So reconsider this decision.
Other speakers, please.
My name is Susan Tucker, and from 12 Royal Road, so I'm right behind Mr. Nunzio's current home, number 7 Cousins Drive. I just want to say before it slips my mind, I understand there's an extra application for the backyard sheds or something?
Mr. Middle?
Is it just setbacks inside, or is it?
Mr. Middle?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, as part of the application, there is an exception to permit the existing shed within the rear yard.
To that, because I think people have spoken very well about everything else I would like to speak about, but I certainly saw that Mr. Nunzio built his house way over to the side of the lot. I see that he built his sheds in the backyard and built another shed, I guess, to burn materials, which he did all during the last building. So I just think he just went ahead and did what he wanted, and now he's asking, can I just keep those oversized sheds? So I'm asking to for his application to be denied.
Thank you.
Dave Presley, 85 Harrison, Town Park Area Residents Association. Just quickly, work on the assumption that if you buy 3 lots, you build 3 houses. That's kind of what we like to see. I live in an older house, and I know that somewhere there's a bulldozer running, waiting to go right through my house after I move out. It happened down the street. The identical house to mine was torn down, and if you want to see a really nice building, the gentleman Mr. George, built a really lovely house that fits the lot. It's big on the lot compared to the house that was knocked down, but it certainly worked in with the community. It's really a lovely little house. And that's what can be done with these lots in this town. I hope that when the bulldozer goes through my house, first, I'm out. Secondly, I hope that somebody builds an equal house. I feel sorry for the person that is immediately to the east of these lots, because if they have their way, they'll be looking at a wall going straight up. A single-story house with a wall that goes up for, what, 20 feet, 30 feet, something like that. It's really tough. It's what you're used to. That's what we're used to as neighbors. That's what we like. That's what we appreciate. And then all of a sudden, we get crowded in. And we don't see any particular reason why you need to split up lots, make them smaller, except for an increase in the money. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Presley. Other speakers, please?
Adrian Mason, 23 Cousin Drive. So I'm right that house, small little house beside them that they want to build. Really, I'm here is 2 things, of course, is from last time you were here, you said you didn't want 5 houses, but that's all been said. One thing is when it goes with the grading. You did mention there was I'm worried about the grading with the new houses because we have our house right beside it and it's a lower house and we already have flooding in our backyard. So I'm worried about his grading and want to make sure that's addressed. And the setback between my house and his, I know he wanted it to be smaller. He's increased it a bit. I like it to be to the maximum that it can be because he's trying to really crowd on my setback. And he said about the Aurora going to 37-foot lots is a big lot. If you're in a subdivision, yes. That's probably a big lot, but in our little community and in the heritage area we are, a 37-foot lot isn't a big lot. That's a tiny lot. So we should keep it at least to 4 houses instead of the 5, and that's all I'd like to say.
Thank you, sir. Any other speakers? None at this point. I'll ask Mr. Manette if he has any comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of points I wanted to make. The concern was that the houses we're showing, of course, are not the final houses. where you have an application for an amendment to the zoning bylaw, certainly the zoning bylaw only provides the parameters within which you can build the house, and that's what we're asking for. What we showed by the illustrations is what could be developed with a standard 2-story home. We're not asking for any variance for height, so the concern about the height of the houses is unfounded because any house that goes on these properties would have to comply with the height requirements of the bylaw. I did want to point out that we looked at the zoning bylaw R2 exceptions as they currently are in your bylaw. Right now there are, I believe, 9 exceptions that provide for frontages of 10 meters or less for houses in different areas of the town. Obviously, they're not all in this area, but there certainly are exceptions to the R2 zone that have been approved through the exception section of the bylaw. With respect to the housing that could go on the sites, the proposed housing would be compatible with the massing requirements for the R2 district, because rather than having larger lots with larger houses, as far as the coverage, we still comply with the coverage for each of the lots. So if we had larger lots, you would be able to have 35% coverage, which would be a much bigger house. In this case, you have the smaller lots with 35% coverage, but your total area for the footprints would still be the same, regardless of whether you have large lots or small lots. It's just a question of having them on separate lots. That, of course, means that the housing that would go on these properties would certainly be less than the larger houses that would be permitted on the 50-foot lots. With respect to the yard reduction to the 1.2 meters for side yards, those are basically for the lot separation between the proposed new houses, and they only deal with the ones that are adjacent to each other, so they don't reflect on the external part, which would be at the ends. The existing sheds in the rear yard, those were constructed a number of years ago. They meet the size requirements, but they don't meet the setbacks to the side yard and rear yard. So we're asking, because those were noted, because we're doing a zoning bylaw amendment, it would be appropriate to include those in the bylaw itself, just to make sure they conform to the bylaw at the end of the day through legalizing those, because they were done a number of years ago, and at the time, I guess there was no application for those. So that was a technical matter that was pointed out by staff that we've addressed. With respect to the grading, there's an engineering report that was supplied, which addresses the drainage and grading. Certainly, the houses would have to be constructed with the proper grading and drainage in place according to the plans that were submitted. We haven't had a response to the staff review of those yet, but if there are any issues with that, then the engineering would, of course, deal with that issue. With respect to the numbers, once again, it's my respectful opinion, and I know people are going to disagree, that within the current situation in the town of Aurora and next to Yonge Street, this minor intensification is appropriate. It's at the edge of the community, it's not in the middle. Replacing bungalows with 2-story homes is certainly not out of character with the neighborhood. It's likely the way time will change when bungalows are going to be replaced likely with 2-story homes. The size of the home is dictated by the coverage and the frontage. So in this case, the massing is relative to the size of the lot that's being proposed. And I'll leave it at that. With respect to coming back with the same plan, we addressed the numbers, the issue with respect to the below-grade garage. We're not proposing that be proceeded with in the future, and that these houses would be built with standard garages with standard entrances.
Thank you, Mr. Minette. Go back and see if there's anyone who would wish to speak for a second time. Would anybody wish to speak for a second time?
Sorry, Adrian Mason here. Question on last time we were bringing up, which is how long is this project going to take once we grant it? Because it's taken me 15 months just to come back to change the drawing of raising a driveway instead of it being down. That took 15 months. So does he have any idea how long it's going to take to build these 4 houses or 5 houses? I'm concerned. And to go with the shed thing, I was wondering if maybe the councillors, because of the hardscape, how much hardscape you're allowed onto a property, because he has the shed, he has two pool houses and his house. I'm wondering, does that too much, not enough softscape on his property?
By the way, our timer hasn't been on during this whole session on the desk. just so
say
you know.
that. It's new technology. We're trying to get it all sorted out. It's been a challenge.
When you asked me and told me to speed it up, I thought, well, I haven't used any time yet. I just wanted to comment that, make a suggestion, not to lose sight of the fact with the height. Personally, the height, I understand what they're saying, that it's a modern day, it's a modern era, it is the 21st century. One-story bungalows are replaced with two-story houses. Not that I'm to the rest of the campaign here going soft on the two-story. The height, when I mentioned 24 projects in the neighborhood, 10 of which were replaced with one-for-one, those houses were two-story. I recognize that. The smoke and mirrors part is that the height is camouflaging the fact that we said, the residents and this council said no to 5, said come back with something else. And we've come back with nothing but the 5, and it's the same thing. And I think the height issue is camouflaging the frontage issue. So, there. Minute and 11, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
How can I go with this?
You can start by giving us your name again.
My name is Jean-Marc Landler from 12 Cousin Drive. And the previous thing that we had this evening was about Aurora United Church building residence for seniors. What is the area of Cousins Drive as? Bungalows, which is there for seniors, where people can walk Yonge Street. We need bungalows. We do not need two-story homes. I intend to live in my home as long as I'm able to walk and walk to Yonge Street without going up and down stairs. If I put two-story homes in those neighborhoods, guess what? That's defeat the purpose, isn't it? I don't want elevators. I want to be in pretty good shape after. But the point is this should not happen. We should need to make 1-to-1 on a bungalow style. Okay? The deviation for his back shed. Take the bulldozer and move it away from the yard, from the property line. He's out of bound already. Take it away, pull it back. Should not be allowed. Okay? He gets one deviance from that property line, he's going to get them more. So why should he? Take the bulldozer, get him to pull it back. That's what I have to say.
Thank you. Anyone else? Nobody? Going once, going twice. Mr. Manette, do you have any final comments before I ask council? Okay. I will close this portion of the public meeting then. I will open it up for councillors to pose questions to the consultant. Councillor Maracas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one question. I believe I probably asked you this the last time you were in front of us. When we're looking to approve any exceptions, I believe the application needs to be an exceptional application. I don't see that here. I'm just wondering maybe if you can explain to us how you feel that this benefits our community and why this council should allow any amendments or any changes to our zoning when we specifically, I think every single one of us here asked for any application to come back at 4. Can you just explain to us why we should even consider this and how it betters our community?
Well, the simple answer is it provides additional single-family residential lots and housing in this area of Aurora, close to Yonge Street, without having to go to a higher or mid-density form of housing. It's a modest intensification. And with respect to coming back with a smaller number, that didn't make sense from a planning point of view. It certainly doesn't make sense. It's not a designated heritage area with respect to maintaining large lots. Certainly it's a stable residential area, but in the official plan, with respect to the policies as they're outlined, this clearly is an area that would provide for a townhouse development. So in my view, by coming in with a modest intensification of a couple of additional lots, that's certainly reasonable given the location next to Yonge Street. As I said earlier, it's not in the interior of the neighborhood, it's at the edge. So the impact, if there is any, and I don't believe there is any from a built form point of view, it would be closer to Yonge Street in any case. With respect to the number of lots, if I look at the official plan policies and I read what the intention is for the neighborhood and the compatibility factor, in my view, these are compatible. So the direction that we heard what council said, and they wanted to look at less number of lots. There was some consideration. That's why it took a long time to come back, because that was something that was being considered. And at the end of the day, the market for the larger lots would provide, in order to make those work, you'd have a much larger house with a much higher price. There certainly is a market for this size of lot and this size of house, which is much more desirable from the general public's point of view. So the house is dictated by the zoning. So with respect, it was determined to come back with the same number and try and address some of the other points. But we'll respect council's decision if whatever it is. But from a planning point of view, and in my opinion, it makes sense to come in with this number of lots with this size of frontage in this neighborhood. They fit.
Councilor Maracas? Excuse me, please. Thank you. Councilor Maracas?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's it for right now. I'll save it for my comments, but I'll just throw out that I'll agree to disagree.
Councilor Kim, Councilor Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Manette, when you had come initially, back in December 2015, I was under the impression that what you put before us was actually the house design that Mr. Nunzio was going to build, and I believe I heard earlier from you that these may not be the houses that are actually built, but it's there kind of as an illustration. So what is the intention? Like, if these aren't the homes that are planned to be built, I'm just wondering why I'm making any kind of decision if these homes, this design may not be there. What's the intention of these lots then? Are they just going to be sold as vacant lots and have someone else?
No, sir, with respect, we not, and I don't think council has the ability, we don't have the ability to have you approve these houses tonight, because that's not an application that we're filing or is before you. So in order to take it down the road, we have to show you that the lots that are being created can accommodate a certain type and built form of housing. And we've shown you examples of what the owner would like to build. And if you gave him approval and said, these are the houses you have to build tonight, he would accept that. But I don't think you have the ability to do that approval, because we don't have an application before you that can accommodate that. This is the first part of a process. Zoning is the first stage before we can apply for the consent applications, because the Committee of Adjustment can't deal with an application for consent unless it complies with the zoning. So the first step is to get the zoning and the lot sizes approved. The consent application would then be filed. The plans for each of the individual lots would be submitted for those consent applications to once again illustrate what type of house could be developed, and based on the zoning, what would be permitted. So the consent and the application, the zoning would dictate that you can only have 35% coverage, that you have to meet the height requirements, that you have to meet the setback requirements, and that would provide a footprint, which is what is shown there. Those footprints are effectively what you would be approving with respect to the zoning that we're asking for. The house plans would then come in with a building permit. A building permit application would determine the type of house, and the general built form would be similar to what's shown tonight. The final window size or location, the final colors of the bricks, those things will all be determined later. But we're showing you examples. If there was an ability to approve those 4 houses tonight, we would be happy to have those approved as the final built form. But we can't do that, and because of the nature of the application, you can't approve those as proposed. They're only examples.
Councillor?
Okay, well, thank you for your response. I think I'm equally, I think it's great that the couple of the smaller requests that we made, like the reverse driveways, were listened to and corrected. But the big one was the lot severance, and I'm not particularly pleased that the same number is coming back to us. But I'll leave it at that for now.
Councillor Humphries.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just, I missed the first planning meeting, and I guess the council was clear to come back with a design to match the lots that were there today without severance. And then you've heard the residents tonight overwhelmingly, and we received many emails of displeasure as well and concerns that you heard tonight. Would you consider going back to the original lot coverage tonight? Go back and consider building homes that would better suit those 3 lots? And would you consider bungalows? You mentioned something about 37 feet is very good, and we can do this. But in Aurora, everything is highly, highly valuable, and a bungalow is highly, highly desirable. In fact, you cannot keep a bungalow within hours of putting a for sale sign up, and that's not tear downs. Those are people just moving in and loving them. So I don't know why. You've come back tonight just basically saying you understand the planning principles and how things could fit here, and you're just doing this, but kind of not a good way to, kind of ignore what happened last time and tonight. So my comment to you is, would you consider, or coming back with a plan?
Me to do wouldn't require any application at all other than the building permit application. So we wouldn't have to come back. That's the best way I can answer that.
I can add, sorry.
Okay.
I can add. Sorry, my apologies, you're right. We've had many homes that just get replaced 1 for 1, it was mentioned earlier. And I don't remember very many, maybe 1 in a heritage district where the neighbors complained. When it's 1 for 1, it is enhancing the neighborhood. The severancing and the changing of the lot in this stable neighborhood is a big, big change. That's all, thanks. It's okay.
Councillor Tom.
Thank you, Mayor Daw. On page 4 of our report to this item, there's a chart that explains the R2 exception zone and the changes from the R2 zone. There's 3 asterisks. I can't even pronounce that right now. It's getting late. Obviously, the one that's been talked about is the lot frontage from 15 meters to 10.4. Now, you've mentioned that is with respect to the far western lot, proposed lot, and that the other lots are going to be 11.3. Is that correct?
Yes. To reflect that?
Sorry, that's the lowest amount, so that's why it's probably listed, and the other one isn't. But just so we're all clear, which puts the total lot frontage of, if you take the whole parcel, three properties, is about 55.6 meters. Anyways, the second one, though, the exception is the interior side yard minimums, and I just want you to explain that a bit more. So you're saying that the exception you're looking for is 1.5 meters from the east property line of Lot 5, which is the furthest east property. So what is the side yard, interior side yard setbacks going to be within the 5 lots themselves?
Hold on, please. We have to switch the microphone on and off.
Okay. I think I just have to move closer. They would be 1.2 on each side. So for the 2 houses for the two new houses, you have 1.2 and 1.2. So we'd have a total of 2.4 between them.
Councillor? And that...
The people buying the new houses would have a 1.2 meter side yard setback on each side of their new house, with the exception of the house at the furthest east, which would have a 1.2 on the west side and 1.5 on the east side.
Councillor?
That's it, thanks.
It's Councillor Maracus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the proponent.
Okay.
Councillor Tong, were you done? I was. Oh, okay. Sorry, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the proponent. The town of Aurora has a great guide that they hand out, and it's called Before You Buy Guide. And I'm just wondering if your client has ever read that guide, or if you've read that guide?
I think I probably read it sometime in the past. In response to that, and as a planner for over 40 years, plans and change over time. Zoning bylaws are amended on a regular basis, either minor variance or through zoning bylaw amendments. Official plans state the policies, which are then, of course, subject to amendments. In this case, as I've indicated, in my opinion, and we haven't had a staff review to confirm whether or not I'm correct or not, but in my opinion, we don't need an official plan amendment because we do comply with the official plan with respect to what the official plan sets out for its stable neighborhood policies. And I've gone through them all, including the definition for compatibility. And in my view, we certainly meet that definition of compatibility, which means you don't have to be the same, but you have to be able to, I guess, live together or function together within the area. What we're proposing is a single-family residential built form, which is one of the tests. So we're not asking for an unusual built form. The built form itself is compatible with the type of housing in the area. With respect to having a bungalow, certainly there's no requirement to have bungalows on the single-family residential lots because 2 stories are allowed. That's by the bylaw. So I think the guide that you're talking about is a guide if it indicates what you can do, but then there's a process you can follow if you want to have any changes to the current bylaw specifically, and even if you want to go for an official plan amendment. As I indicated, the official plan allows for a townhouse built form in this designated area. It would, of course, be subject to additional approvals, but certainly, in my view, that would still be in compliance with the official plan. It would be a zoning bylaw amendment the same as this one is.
Okay. I was just going to, Council, I need another motion to extend. No, we don't need to. We already took, do we have to waive procedure? Okay, yeah, you're right, correct. I thought we had taken care of that. So, waive procedure to slate. I'm on drugs. Medically prescribed drugs for my knee surgery, okay? Let's be very clear.
That didn't come out well.
You're right, it didn't. I got the prescription. I'm okay. I'm sorry, yes, so we need a waiver of procedure bylaw to extend the hour, please. Councillor Maracus, Councillor Perry. Well, can you help me here, please?
So, Council, through Mr. Chair, Council would need to waive procedural bylaw to allow an extension of the hour past 11 by a 2/3 vote instead of a unanimous vote, and then vote again to extend the hour past 11 on a 2/3 vote.
Okay. Everybody follow that? Second? Councillor Maracus, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Seconded by Councillor Maracus, which is to extend the hour. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Sorry for the procedural stuff we have to go through. Councillor Maracus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I was just asking if you read the guide, and I didn't want to get into bungalows and all that, but just I just want to just read one section. All new development, including subdivisions and changing in land use, i.e. rezoning, must conform to the policy direction established in the official plan. As such, the main principles guiding development in the community are established long before specific applications for the development of your neighborhood have been submitted. So just quickly, I mean, we set a standard for the residents that live within our community that's very strict. And we tell them to do your due diligence before you buy anything. And so I'm just wondering, on a consistent basis, why isn't the development community doing their due diligence before they buy in Aurora? And that's all I have to say for right now.
Councilor Humphries, this is for Mr. Manette.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to follow up, I mean, I know that I'm sure you're a developer yourself. You're aiming to improve the neighborhood and build beautiful homes. But one of the main things for me was really important is that the neighbors and the residents are pleased with it, because you are coming into a stable neighborhood. And if the residents are not happy, we have to come up with a way to work together to build something that will address concerns, because that's part of the whole. It's just like the church. They were here earlier, and there were residents' concerns, and we try and we work together. Apparently this happened in December 2015, and we're back, and the residents are still unhappy. My peers are seeing the same plan. It would have been great if you would have come with I appreciate the grade for the garage. That's good, but that the severance, there would be some consideration there. I think you would have had a different reaction from the residents, and you could still go forward and build some beautiful homes in those spots, because something needs to be done there for sure. But my comment is, I hope there's a will to go back and take one last look at this and work the residents and come up with a good plan.
No other comments? All right, and that goes, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. Thank you, Mr. Manette. Put the motion on the floor, please, Councilor Maracas.
I'd like to choose one of the other options.
You can do that.
All right. I'd like to put forward that we deny this application, as it does not conform to our stable neighborhood as described within our OP.
Is there a second for that, please? Councilor Thompson, thank you. Comments or questions to the motion? Councilor Abel.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank everyone for their patience, because it's not easy to stay this late in the evening and to maintain our composure. So I applaud you all. I wanted to ask, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Ramuno. The staff report says that it's a stable neighborhood. And we've seen this application before. Does he meet and conform to the stable neighborhood? Is there something he's doing wrong? Is he allowed to do this? Can you just clarify that for us?
Mr. Ramuno?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Mayor. Staff made a determination that an amendment to the official plan isn't required. The proposed rezoning would comply with the official plan, but what is required is the rezoning to create the number of lots and reduction in the lot frontage and the side yard setbacks. That's the only application before us, so it's not a question of not conforming to the official plan. It's a question of whether the rezoning application is considered to be appropriate and compatible for the area.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if council were to say, well, we're not going to support this application, would the applicant then be able to appeal?
Mr. Ramuno?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, the applicant could appeal a decision of council to refuse it to the OMB.
Similarly, if we did approve it, then the residents could appeal that decision as well. So the tough part for me to go through with a notice of motion like this and support it is, would we put the town in a risk? And by risk I mean if the applicant were to appeal and we would lose it, then we didn't satisfy the concerns and we spent money defending something that was indefensible or was not able to successfully be defended. And so then I just look at other matters that we have before the town at this planning meeting that are similar to what we have here before us. And so I think our last planning meeting in the Heritage District we had 2 homes, and the applicant came forward with 12 townhouses with a street in the backyards. So we asked him to revise that. The house beside him, the 2 lots were divided into 3 townhomes. And similarly on Metcalf, I think it's Metcalf by the town park, we have, I think there's about 12 townhomes on the south side of that street that were there. So there are, I'm just saying to everyone here, there are reasons to think, in my mind, what I'm going to say. I mean, I always do want to have the residents satisfied, but then I have to balance that with what the staff has prepared for us and what precedents are there. And are we just doing something and not telling you that we could go forward and refuse this, but then the applicant with the precedents that I've just outlined would and possibly could win, and then we haven't done service and we've just spent a lot of taxpayers' money defending something that I think we can't defend. So I have, my decision is based on that balance, and I'm just looking at all the applications we've had this term and last term, and if we refuse this applicant, he does have the right to appeal, and I think that it would be very difficult with staff that would back it and say he's in compliance, that we would be successful. I mean, that's all I'm saying. I don't have any precedents in our town that say otherwise. We have infill on almost every application we have right now, and that's because of the provincial edict to intensify in your boundaries, in an urban boundary. So I'm not going to be able to support that just because I don't want to put our taxpayers at a risk that I see. It's my opinion, but that's my thought. And I do want to, support what I think the applicant has done. He's within his rights to sever these lands in a stable neighborhood. He could have come forward with 8 townhouses and still be in the same position. That's why I will not be able to support it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rackus?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I actually wanted the motion to read that the application be denied due to not being compatible with the neighborhood. So I might have misspoke. I had it written down differently. That's the way I'd prefer it if the seconder is okay with that. I consider that a friendly amendment to it, but it's up to our clerk. Okay. Thank you. I wanted it to say that the application be denied due to it not being compatible with the neighborhood. Okay. Well, Councillor Abel speaks about. He brought up the application on the north side that we just went through in the Heritage District. If my memory serves me correct, we denied that application outright, and it was a unanimous vote. So, Mr. Ramuno, through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Ramuno, within the southeast quadrant, is there any lot that is the size that is being proposed in front of us?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't believe, specifically in this immediate area along Royal Road, Dunning, Cousins, I believe they are all in the 50 to 60 foot lot range. Perhaps further north, but in this general immediate area, no, I don't believe there are any lots below 40 foot in frontage.
Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Ramuno. Residents, everyone, even us, we moved to this town for a specific reason. I mean, I've said it many times. We moved to this town because it's unique. It has an appeal to it. It's a bit of a small town look and feel to it. And you buy these properties. If I wanted to live in just a regular subdivision, or I wanted to live where houses are a little bit cramped up, I would have bought. And no offense to anyone on the Bayview side, and I know some of us sitting at this table live on that side, but People buy in this area for a specific reason. And if we're just going to throw out, we heard, do we have rules and guidelines? Does our OP speak to a certain way? Does our zoning have certain numbers that they have to come within? Yes. Do they need to be flexible? Yes. We've said that so many times. But at the end of the day, who should be the one that decides whether we be flexible or not? Should it not be this council? Should it not be the town? I understand the province wants us to intensify, but this isn't the area to intensify. We just looked at an application to intensify directly on Yonge Street, not moving in, not severing lots. I live in an area, and I specifically moved there because I wanted a bigger lot. So do we set this up and we allow this to happen, and all of a sudden, you know what? Let's start severing lots. Let's allow everyone to start severing lots. Why not? That's not our town. I firmly believe we need to stand up and not allow this application to go through right now and deny it, not just on the fact that it doesn't fit within the community, but also the fact that we asked, every single one of us here, including Councillor Abel, asked and said that 5 is too much. Severing this lot in this way is too much. And we said, go back and come back and bring it to what we want and what the community wants, and we'll approve it. And here we are again. Same application in front of us. I'm astounded that this is in front of us again, exactly the same. Yeah, there's some minor tweaks here, but that's not what we were asking for. Right? I've seen this play out already before in another application where we said, hey, go back, make some changes. It came back, it was basically the same. They made some minor tweaks here and there. They changed where the red line is here, over there, and we said, well, go back again and work again on that, and we allowed it to go back. And what happened? We got the rug pulled out from underneath us, and it went straight to the OMB. We don't need to just deny this application for it to go to the OMB. It can go to the OMB even if we say, let's come back to another public planning. It's all about the time length. So I think we need to make a decision. We need to make a strong stance and say, this is our town. You're going to build it the way we want it. Yes, we can be flexible, but it's got to be within what we want, what our residents want, what council wants, and how we want this town to be built for the future. And so that's why I hope that everyone around this table will approve and deny this application.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Daw. I agree that we have to make a decision on the application tonight. It was before us a year ago. All of council gave direction on what they'd like to see. The applicant has made a decision to not make the changes that council was looking for and present essentially the same application before. So I see no value in sending it to another public planning meeting because the applicant's decided this is what he wants. And so it's up to us to make a decision whether we either approve it or deny it. Some may not want to support this motion, deny it, because they'd rather see it approved. That's their prerogative. They can vote against it. And if this motion fails, they can then choose to put forward one that approves the application. But, for myself, I agree with the comments of Councillor Maracas and some of the others that it's a stable neighborhood. And we say, from my interpretation of it, that it's got to be compatible form of development. And I don't find that the 5 houses are compatible with that around it. And so it's that simple. And so, I appreciate the comments from Mr. Ramuno with regards to the official plan, but, my interpretation is a little bit different. I don't see it conforming to the official plan because of that incompatibility. And so, I'll be supporting the motion to deny.
Councillor Tom.
Thank you, Mayor Daw. I'm in support of the motion on the table to deny. I think I actually said most of my reasons a year ago when this was before us before. But again, not to be repetitive, but, we have to decide whether it's compatible. And I think, for me, the time is over to say, I'm not sure how this is going to go at the OMB, so I'm not going to make a decision. I I think it's our prerogative to make the decision. And if we don't feel that it's compatible, then we can make that choice. I respect everyone else's choice. In my opinion, it is not compatible to the stable neighborhood. I mean, we basically asked for 4. Again, if you look at the total amount of frontage, it's 55.6 meters, give or take. I'm sure that's around what it is, based on the numbers we've been given. 4 homes would be 13.9 meters of frontage. Okay, that's a lot closer to 15. Maybe that would have been acceptable. Maybe not. But we weren't given that opportunity because the exact same plan was presented. So, in my opinion, if the exact same plan is presented, then my exact same opinion will be that this is not compatible to the stable neighborhoods, and I'm not in support of this moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Unfortunately, I don't think this will be a unanimous vote. I would have loved to have seen this come back at 4, but ultimately it didn't, so I have to make my decision on what I see in front of me here today. I still don't love the application. I still don't think it's a great application. But with that said, do I think it's acceptable? I don't think it's outrageous. And that's my opinion. And one question I did have to Mr. Amuno, the properties are numbered 7, 15, 19. Is there any history as to why they wouldn't have been numbered 1, 3, and 5, or 3, 5, and 7? From the get-go, were these lots viewed as things that could be consolidated or I meant to say expanded, as opposed to what we have in front of us?
Mr. Mino?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, the municipal addressing, I mean, that would have happened obviously years ago, but the mindset in giving out a municipal addressing is to, back in those days, to provide that extra space should there be severances. Again, they're not looking at sort of specific plans, but in some instances, in some municipalities, rather than going 1, 3, 5, they would skip a couple. Yeah.
And that provides some of the basis why I don't think it's outrageous. Again, it's not what I would prefer to see. So there was that. And then the other question I had through you to Mr. Amuno, Marco, are there any, would there have been an ability for the applicant to come in looking for a minor variance as opposed to a full rezoning? Where would that threshold have been?
Mr. Mino?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Mayor. No, it's a good question. Staff makes that decision when we meet with the applicant. We didn't consider this was a minor variance because of the lot creation. So the route would be to rezone the properties because you're dealing with number of lots and a number of different standards. Key one here is reducing the lot frontage.
Councillor?
Thank you. I was really just trying to understand the rationale and what it would have looked like to go through a minor variance, because I do know that some of these proposed changes do seem minor. I do think that the addition of new lots is not minor, but I want to know if there was a rationale behind it. So I'm never happy about upsetting residents, but ultimately at the end of the day, I do feel like I have to vote my conscience. And I apologize to everybody here, but that's my reasoning, that's my rationale. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Perry. Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought in the same perspective as Councillor Abel and Councillor Perry in terms of just taking a 50,000 foot view perspective and try to be objective. I don't know why in some of the streets in Aurora off of Yonge or other major arteries, why there are more density than graduating out to wider homes. I don't know how that came to being, but this is an area that I can make a decision on. When I look at other streets that have larger lots, you can look at Kennedy, you can look at Doty. What would happen if a builder bought a lot and wanted to sever those lots? Why not do that? Because it's not that far from Yonge, or and so those are the questions I ask myself, and I don't think that would conform to a stable neighborhood in my view. And certainly I understand the planner's view in that there are neighborhoods in Aurora, in some of the newer neighborhoods, you have mixed use where you have denser townhomes, and then right across the street you have 45-foot homes as well. But those are pre-planned, and people moving in are aware of the community that they're moving into. They're fully cognizant of their decision, and that's maybe the more newer way of a newer community that planners are trying to build. But this is a neighborhood that's been around for decades, and this is the way it's been. And to just have all the severance just out of the blue, I don't think is conforms to that immediate neighborhood. So my litmus test is, can we splice other streets? I don't think it would look right, and so for those reasons, I cannot support the plan as is. So I'll reject the plan as well.
Thank you, Councillor Kim. Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And we've had some plans brought forth to us with severance, and it's always been difficult for us to approve. I don't remember many, if any, that we have approved. They're very difficult, and they do impact the neighborhood differently than just a one-for-one build. And I apologize to to my peers here, the residents that I did meet, and the developer, that I did miss the December 15th meeting, because I think I would have got a lot more. I mean, you read the minutes, but it's not the same. Just to understand the impact then, and that the most prominent issue is the severance. And I think if the development came forth with just a one-for-one, we could have managed with it, two-story or bungalow. The building's lovely. It doesn't match the rest of the neighborhood, but the one that's there is lovely. If you would have built one-for-one on the rest of them, I think it would have made it just a whole different story. And that's why we don't get many residents complaining when there's a one-for-one change. They realize the house is being replaced, and it's being usually put up with something a lot prettier and nice for the neighborhood, hopefully in most cases. But in this case, the severance is the issue, and I just don't feel that it's appropriate, knowing the neighborhood and the lot frontages. So for me, that's a big differentiator, and I will support the motion on the table this evening. So
Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. Councillor Abel.
Thank you, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I did mention at the last meeting I had a problem with the garages going down below grade and the height. And I did suggest that if he could reduce the number possibly by one, but I didn't insist on it. But I did ask that they come back, because we sensed other concerns. Some said for the same reasons, and in addition that they wouldn't sever at all. I can appreciate how disappointing that is. And if I really thought that we could win this, I would definitely support this. But I'd be giving you false hope. And if that's what you want, then that's, I can't do that. I'm trying to be realistic. I see that the applicant is very experienced, the planner is, and they know that what they're asking for is reasonable, and that if it's not approved, that they may choose. And so they know their position very well, and I know my position. It's based on what information I'm given by staff, what I've seen in other areas, and I have to weigh that decision for the community, because in the end, it's the taxpayers' money that'll pay for this defense, and it will not, in my opinion, get what you want. So I hope I'm wrong, because I do want you to be happy, and I'll have learned something from experience, and it'll be a precedent setting, because we have been able to mediate and reconcile everything going forward. And it may be just that. Often when that does occur, the next process, there's a mediation, and maybe there's a give back somewhere along the line. So perhaps that may happen. But I will not, I do not want to disappoint you and think that it will be 3 lots and bungalows preferred that will be the ruling of an OMB. I don't see that at all. But this is working with the council. I am but one vote. I have but one opinion, and those are my thoughts, and I can't support this.
Councilor Maracas, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually take a little bit of offense saying that the rest of us, or the ones that are in support of this motion, aren't in favor of looking after the taxpayers' dollar, because we're in favor of moving forward on this. So I take a bit of offense to that. Yeah, let's just call a vote, record a vote.
Madam Clerk. We still doing the goofy thing here? Okay. The vote is to deny the motion.
Jeff, did you want to talk? Did you want to speak?
No. Carry on. Thank you. I gotta go home.
So this is a recorded vote that the application be denied due to non-compatibility with the neighborhood. Okay, we'll start with Councillor Abel.
No, I'm not supporting the motion.
Councillor Abel votes no. Mayor Daw.
Yes.
Mayor Daw votes yes. Councillor Peary. Councillor Peary votes no. Councillor Gartner is absent tonight. Councillor Humphreys. Councillor Humphreys votes yes. Councillor Thompson.
Yes.
Councillor Thompson votes yes. Councillor Tom.
Yes.
Councillor Tom votes yes. Councillor Kim. Yes. Councillor Kim votes yes. And Councillor Maracas. Yes. Councillor Maracas votes yes. That carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council, confirming bylaw, please. Councillors Tom and Kim, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Motion to adjourn. Peary, Humphreys, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Thank you for coming out.